Where do you end up if you fly toward the second star to the right and then proceed straight on until morning? 215-263-WMMR, and we will go to Lou to see if we can get the answer. Our first caller in. Hey, Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right.
I go poopy.
I go poopy, yeah.
I've not heard that in a long time. All right, Lou, when you're not going poopy, you need to tell us where we're headed to. Where do you end up if you fly toward the second star on the right and then proceed straight on till morning?
I think we end up in Neverland.
Neverland.
Yeah.
That is right. All right.
Yeah, I go poopy.
All right, Lou, hang on. Because you, sir, are going to see Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. Show number 2, Friday, August 18th at Citizens Bank Park. Tickets for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band Wednesday, August 16th and Friday, August 18th at Citizens Bank Park are available at phillies.com/Springsteen. And we'll give away more tickets tomorrow. At
Unbelievable.
this same time. Let's see. All right, since we were talking about Unbelievable. Chloe, we had a nice conversation about her. Kim...
Hi, sweetie.
She graced the cover of the latest issue of Vogue Italia and opened up about navigating parenting following her divorce from Kanye. She said, if it's something concerning my kids, dad, and my kid's dad, and I'm upset, I try not to show as much emotion. She told the outlet. And she shares, of course, 4 children with him. They have 10-year-old North, 7-year-old Saint, 5-year-old Chicago, and 4-year-old Psalm. She said, I have to be ready to explain why I'm upset, and it might not be appropriate for them to know, she said. Commenting on West's public tirades when she was dating Pete Davidson, Kim said, I think sometimes people can just be really reactive, and it won't help the situation.
That's not going to help.
It won't make it go away quicker. I think at some point you just have to surrender to not getting the last word and not having your truth out there. I also saw a really good example from my parents, and that was helpful. It makes me want to be an example for my kids, too. And I don't know why I led with this story, but I did.
It was amazing. It gave us some insight into her world, and she did. You saw that photo shoot she just recently did, right, Preston?
No, I didn't.
It's for Skims.
Okay.
And she's it's very provocative. She's with some hunky guys, and they're draped all over each other. Oh,
I'm looking at some different pictures of her and 2 other women in bikinis draped all over each other.
Same shoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Now I see the hunky guys.
That's cool.
That's for Hormel.
Okay. Hormel.
Yeah, big chili fan.
Yeah.
I think I can finally get on
relax
board.
with some chili.
If you like chili.
That'd be great. Like
so good.
martini glasses filled with chili, sitting by the pool.
This chili's to die for. It's not the kind of thing you see them eating.
Yeah, I saw one of her Skims TV spots, and Rochelle just heard me yell at the television. It's the voice. It's the voice. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm like, shut up.
It's too much.
No.
Go Elvis on the TV.
Amber Heard has been keeping a low profile since Johnny Depp's defamation lawsuit against her last year, but the actress made her first...
It squeaks out now and then.
Her first red carpet appearance since the trial at Saturday's premiere of In the Fire, and the film's director, Connor Allen, and Heard's co-star, Luca Calvani, both spoke with Deadline about her light and her resilience.
She's a light angel. She's a light worker.
Allen said, I'm so happy that Amber went through something so awful, and it didn't change her as a person. Allen said she's still the shining light that we explained earlier, and to go through something that terrible and be able to come out the other side and be whole, well, I can't imagine it, he said.
She's a solar flare.
Now, Calvani told the outlet...
Who occasionally craps in bed.
Calvani told the outlet she's a star, and she has that light. She glows, and she pulls you in, and she shares it with everybody. The last person,
like an angel.
The last person on set will feel it and feel a connection with her. Anyone that suffers that sort of ordeal and is able to overcome it with grace, no matter what side you're on, no matter what you believe or which social media outlet you plug into or whatever your hashtags are. You have to give credit for the incredible journey this woman has been through, and she can teach us all a couple of things as far as resilience and courage.
I saw this young lady place her hands on a man who was blind and returned his hearing. She's working up to it.
Yeah.
Variety reports that the film's premiere at the 69th Taormina Film Festival.
Oh, that's close to tiramisu, and we both like that.
In Taormina, Italy. I love me a good tiramisu. Required extra security due to the online threats that Heard has
Protect the tiramisu.
received.
That's your fave, right? Is that your fave?
It's one of my all-time
I
favorites.
thought it was Tres Leches.
It's up there, man. Those are two of the greatest creations that mankind has ever come up with, in my humble opinion.
They're lights in the dessert community.
Oh, tres leches. So yummy.
Muy bien.
They never. They could have stopped at dos leches.
Even that would have been
Yeah,
good
yeah.
enough, but no.
No, they added a.
They went to tres
This is good, but it could be better.
and made.
Inadequate.
You think there's a cuatro leches out there somewhere? Oh,
That's just too many leches.
There are ears out there who would love this secret.
it's like 7-minute abs. And somebody comes up with 6-minute abs.
Barely break a sweat.
All right.
Harlan, man, the best.
Man, there is
Oh!
a
What?
Quattro Leches.
Yes,
What?
Paula Dean.
I know.
Paula Dean. Wow, she created cuatro leches. All right.
Do we have the her orgasm in the?
You know what? I would love to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was your question while you're searching for that?
What would the fourth milk? I don't even know.
Cinco leches.
No. But
Oh.
What are the of
There
the
are two-
tres leches? What are the three milks?
What are the three
they?
milks?
Evaporated.
Oppenheimer actually
here we
deals
go.
with the development of the fifth leche.
Yeah, that's in the new movie. It's coming out in July. Evaporated milk, Casey, condensed milk, and then heavy cream. And then for the fourth in Quattro Leches, they added dulce de leche.
Can you do that again? Because I was looking at Paula Dean
Yes.
a moaning.
When I came out here to Spencer's today, it wasn't my choice to have an orgasm.
Change my pants.
So, Casey, in Tres Leches, there is condensed, evaporated, and heavy cream. And then apparently, Preston, Quattro Leches is a southern delicacy in the U.S. And they and maybe that's why it's on Paula Dean's website. But they added the fourth milk, which is caramelized, also known as dulce de leche.
It is sensational. It is
You
sensational.
know this is like my nightmare, right?
Oh,
Well, you know I hate milk.
like milk?
That consistency, and you guys are talking about it so lovingly that I want to try it, and then I thought about it in my mind.
It
and
doesn't,
again,
it doesn't
I-
have that
I
consistency
agree.
at all.
I think you would
It's
like
not
it.
like it's like mushy and wet and
yeah, it's very, very
no,
moist.
I can't do
It's
that.
very, very moist.
Yeah,
Can you just try it once?
God, the flavor is so good.
I just had Tres Leches and a shot.
Just do it for me one time.
Is there any chocolate in it?
Well, yeah, I mean, you
no,
could do
no.
a chocolate drizzle, but I prefer a caramel drizzle.
Tres Leches makes me squirt.
Dear God.
Where is she?
She's up in heaven. She's still alive, but she's
No, but she's up and up. All right, listen. I got,
Come on, man.
I got our stories here.
all right.
One is about a friend of ours that I need to share. Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are among those putting money into Formula One racing. They're
my
putting money
Come on,
into.
they need more money.
I'm
These people.
saying.
It's going to be a financial juggernaut. Already is.
Yeah.
Remember we asked Rob, this was like years ago, we were like, are you a
millionaire.
yet?
Yeah,
And
he's probably a million.
He, no,
I mean,
at that,
now he's got to be.
oh,
Yeah.
multi-millionaire. But he had said at the time, he goes, "No, I'm 100,000aire."
Right.
Yeah.
And that was in the first couple
That's
seasons.
before Mystic Quest. That's before
Always Sunny, Always
the
Sunny.
right. That's
Owning
before. It's actually now the association with Ryan Reynolds and,
And
the
now-
liquor.
Yeah, they have a
right?
whiskey brand.
Well,
Yep.
and now this.
And now this
Oh
Formula
my
One, you're talking
Mega.
You're talking lots of money in this
Mega.
sport. So they've expanded their investments in the world of sport. On Monday, it was announced that they become part of a 200 million euros investment, and 200 million euros is in the ballpark of $200 million.
Yeah, it's about equal now.
Investment representing a 24% stake in Alpine Racing, who sit 5th in the rankings. Reynolds' Maximum Effort Production Company has teamed up with Atro Capital and Redbird Capital Partners, and Black Panther star Michael B. Jordan is also among the investors. The news was announced by Alpine's parent company, Renault, and James Toney, co-founder of Maximum Effort Investments with Ryan Reynolds.
Look at these racing tires in this picture, Preston. They've got no treads on them. Those are the kind of, those tires are just amazing. The way they, if you've ever tried to pick up one, they weigh like a house.
Yeah. Do you think Ryan Reynolds will remember us?
I think Ryan Reynolds might very well remember that experience. He seems... Again, it's only perception, but he seems like a genuine guy who does remember things like that. And you guys had a moment when he was. Yeah, when he was. It was. Was it Van Wilder?
Van Wilder. We hung out with him. Specifically, he invited me and my wife up to the party that nobody else was like. It was only for the cast
special
members.
consideration for you.
He really did.
Yeah.
He really did. And he was a super nice guy. But I wonder if he'll remember that like I remember. It was me, him, and Sugar Cult.
Maybe we'll have Maybe we'll have the opportunity to ask him in person.
Yep, when Wrexham is coming to town, which is on July 28th, I believe.
Yes, sir.
The date, and we're preparing to do some live broadcasts around that, and obviously talking to Rob some more. But we're hoping to chat with Ryan again.
We are sucking up so hard our ass cheeks are imploding.
All of us.
So we're looking forward to it. All right, Jamie Foxx's Dad Stop Embarrassing Me co-star, Portia Coleman, spoke with Entertainment Tonight at the BET Awards about the actor's recovery following an undisclosed medical complication, and told the outlet, "I've talked to people very close to Fox. He is doing well. I hate that the media outlets keep running with the narrative of what was going on without having the proper information, and this comes after some claim that Fox was hospitalized following a negative COVID reaction to COVID vaccine, which his rep later said was completely inaccurate. But we still have no idea what's going on, other than he was sent to a facility that does specialize in rehabilitation for people who have had strokes.
So someone who talked to someone again. Listen, it's their personal business how this happens, but they certainly can. Somebody should be able to understand that when you're hearing it from a third party all the time, and you haven't seen any bit of him or anything like even. You remember? God, I'm having a brain fart. The snowplow.
Liam Neeson.
No. He ran over himself.
Jeremy Renner.
Jeremy Renner.
Mr. Plow?
Yeah, Mr. Plow. I have a special set of skills. You saw a picture of him in a couple days.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen anything.
Yeah, it's concern.
Yeah. And
really.
you want only the best from him.
Yeah. Stranger Things star Noah Schnapp thoroughly enjoyed celebrating Pride over the weekend, taking to Instagram on Sunday to share photos. He wrote, "First Pride," in the caption along with a red heart emoji. He had publicly come out as gay in January of this year. He goes to Penn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did he do it here?
What's that?
Did he do it here?
I don't know.
That
Looks like it's Washington Square.
What?
Oh, New York, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's a student at Penn, which is cool. Would love to have him on sometime. That'd be awesome.
I love when he came out and basically everyone in his life said, "We knew."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still have to go through that.
Sure.
Absolutely. Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman took to Instagram on Monday to reveal that he secretly fathered a son named John.
What?
Monday also marked the 4th anniversary of his wife, Beth Chapman's death, and he wrote, "For the last 4 years, this day was a terrible reminder of one of the greatest losses of my life. But God redeemed this day when I discovered my son John, who I just met recently, was born on this day."
Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah, he just met his 4-year-old, and
I'm very sorry, and I apologize with all my heart.
that's all he has to say about that.
The woman he married, has since married, was one of his wife's best friends.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not complicated.
Nick Cannon is approaching fatherhood through the lens of psychology. During a recent appearance, the Wild and Out star revealed that he is pursuing a master's degree in child psychology.
All right.
He said, the presence of a father and how much will they need you, and the Freudian aspect of reverting back to your childhood trauma or the lack thereof, nature versus nurture. These are conversations I have several times every single day. And
He's
said,
probably more of an expert than your average child psychologist at this point.
Yeah, what does he have, 12 kids?
Yeah.
He said, I'm living, whether in therapy on my own or even just wanting to make sure that every single child has what they need developmentally and emotionally. I'm studying the brain and at what point does sensory matter? So he's trying to
he's on it.
Scientific look at it.
Well, if Kim can become a lawyer, he can do this.
There you go. This is really cool. So Barbie's in real life Malibu Dream House is going back up on Airbnb. This time Ken is hosting 2 free overnight stays, and you should see this place.
I
awesome.
I want to go.
Did you see it?
Yes,
Where
I
is
saw it.
it?
I want
It's
to
in
go.
Malibu.
Oh, that makes sense.
And so they have, and this house, they've done this before, but the last time they did it, it didn't look like this. They have covered it in pink. It looks like it's made out of pink plastic.
It's
It's
awesome.
incredible.
Even-
It looks just like the real thing.
My favorite part is the outside, like the pool, the lounge chairs. They're all pink. Like it just.
Everything. Or inside,
It looks awesome.
Kathy, the closet looks like the closet you would find in the Malibu. I know, because my there were a couple boys and the one girl, Debbie, in our group that played together. We had our GI Joes, and she had her fun out. And I remember seeing that thing constantly.
We had one of the dream houses at home when Caroline was younger, and it was, this looks like it. It's fake plastic. It looks incredible.
That was like the big get. Like that was like if you got Malibu Barbie's house, like that was, you were the cool kid on the block.
Yep. And how long before the elevator broke? That little string thing that you pulled. So and these.
I'm going to walk upstairs.
It would fall apart. So the life-size dream house located in the heart of Malibu just got a pink glow up, and it's going to be listed on Airbnb a couple of days before the anticipated movie hits theaters. Airbnb says it will host 2 lucky winners for individual overnight stays on July 21st and 22nd. The listing goes up on the 17th. At 10 a.m. Pacific time, and Airbnb says that 2 people will be selected and can bring a friend for a free night at the real-life Barbie house. Now, they're saying Ken will be there.
It's not
I
gonna be Ryan
doubt it's
Gosling.
going to be Ryan Gosling.
Ryan, we need you to hang out with people for 48 hours.
The 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom pad is 3 stories. It's decked out with a private theater, hobby room, outdoor disco dance floor, hot tub, and an infinity pool, not to mention sweeping views of the Pacific Ocean.
What was Ken's horse name? Was that horse in the Barbies? They just because they have a statue or a replica of it.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, there was.
I remember the horses.
The Dream House went on Airbnb back in 2019 with a $60 nightly price tag. That was to honor the 60th anniversary of the iconic doll, and the property has since undergone a makeover.
Tawny.
Tawny was the horse?
Yeah, I think so.
To celebrate the super rare listing, Airbnb says it's going to make a donation to save the children. And the lucky winners also get to take home their very own set of yellow and pink Impala skates and surfboards. Isn't that great?
Try for it, Kathy.
Look at that. Look at the deck picture.
It's awesome.
Oh, my God.
Everything is so square and looks fake and, just
It's
like,
awesome.
just like the Dream House. It's great. So, Deadline reports that Angela Bassett will be receiving an honorary Oscar during the November 18th Governor's Awards in Los Angeles. Bassett was most recently nominated for Best Supporting Actress for her role in Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. She received a Best Actress nomination for her role as Tina Turner in What's Love Got to Do with It in '93. Her reaction to Jamie Lee Curtis winning Best Supporting Actress this year's Academy Awards went viral on social media as the 911 actress appeared to be disappointed.
What is this crap?
Mel Brooks will also be receiving an honorary Oscar as well.
Very much deserved.
I love that. Let's see. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Netflix is facing backlash after announcing that Titanic will be returning to the streaming platform on July 1st. This comes, of course, after 5 people died in the Titan submersible tragedy, and some people feel that this is, quote, too soon. But I'm sure they had planned this months and months ago.
Or if not, it's still in the news, and why not do a contest around it? I think.
Oh, stop it! Listen, we played the day after they had determined that it was indeed a tragedy and that people had died. We had played. It was on our music log. We played "Holy Diver" by Dio.
Yeah.
And we got some texts of people
really?
that were like, "Dude, Really?
Come on.
Seriously?
Come on.
Like, we're not even thinking about that. I'm sorry. There's, a gazillion things going on in the world, and it had nothing to do with that. It's just a song.
Yeah, and I'm sure some people died in the ocean prior to that as well.
Definitely. There was a ferry that overturned in India or somewhere, and 60 people died. And
okay, but those people aren't millionaires and billionaires. So
right.
Harumph.
All right. Well, let's see what else we have here. It Ends With Us author Colleen Hoover spoke with today's Jenna Bush Hager about the casting backlash that the forthcoming film received in a recent interview. And some of the book's fans have questioned that 35-year-old Blake Lively, starring as 23-year-old Lily Bloom and 39-year-old Justin Baldoni, starring as 30-year-old Kyle Kincaid. So this is what she had to say, and this is interesting. She said, back when I wrote It Ends With Us, the new adult genre was very popular, and you were writing college-age characters, and that's what I was contracted to do. I made Lily very young, but I didn't know that neurosurgeons went to school for like 50 years, and there's not a 20-something neurosurgeon. And she said, as I started making the movie, I'm like, we need to age them out because I messed up when I wrote this. So that's my fault.
Have you read this? Has anybody read this book?
No,
Not at all, no. But in the book, she made them too young.
Yeah.
And in hindsight was like, okay, if we're making a movie about this,
Gotta put a few years.
We got to make this age appropriate. So,
Right.
so the people who have read the book have gone, but wait a second here. So that's the reason behind it. And then one last thing, Tom Holland isn't letting a little criticism get him down. The Spider-Man No Way Home star spoke with Unilad recently about the negative reviews of his new show, The Crowded Room, has received.
Oh, really? I've been watching. I've been enjoying it.
Referring to England's Tottenham Hotspur soccer team, Holland said, I think being a Tottenham fan is somewhat like being in the crowded room. He said, it's taught me resilience. Tottenham has never won anything, and supporting them is incredibly difficult. It's no secret my show has been so horribly reviewed, but I'm here today to promote the show, and I'm still here. I'm very resilient. It's a good quality. What's it about, Casey?
Okay, so he is... All right, I don't want to give too much away because there are some things that are not revealed yet.
Okay.
You're trying to figure some stuff out, but
Okay.
He is essentially being interrogated by somebody over a crime that he almost committed but didn't quite commit.
Okay.
I heard like an unlikely investigator must solve that mystery, and then behind that, before the criminal strikes again. This is like 1979, the summer, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Are you? I'm
reading that.
You're trying to not read it verbatim, but read it verbatim.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyhow, I guess it's getting poor reviews, but you're enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
They're not revealing a whole lot, and people might be having issues with that. But
Right.
I need somebody. I need to talk to somebody about it because I think I know what's going on already. Like, and that makes me mad. That's
I understand the frustration of not revealing enough because that has happened to me before, and I'm like, come on, we got to get somewhere. We got to get. I'm like 3-4 episodes in. You haven't really given me anything. I need something to go on.
Give me something. Those are the things. You got to give the audience something now and then. You have to answer something now and then, and you have to give your protagonist a win now and then. The following, that Kevin Bacon series,
Right.
which I loved, he never goddamn won.
He lost
every single time. It's like you got to have a win now and then.
But there is going to be a reveal, and the problem that I have is I think I've already figured it out.
It's Winnie the Pooh.
It's the issue that I had with Chris Pratt in The Terminal List. There was another issue that I had with like a bank heist movie type of thing,
right.
or TV show, and I'm like,
You just want clarity.
I'm like, you're gonna reveal this in episode 8, but I've already figured it out in episode 3.
I tell you what, you
know?
watch it, waste your time, and then let us know how it is.
Yeah.
As I inhaled, I breathed in saliva. All right, let's do the clips. Hijack is an upcoming drama miniseries starring Idris Elba. Although the actor has largely kept quiet about the project, co-star Justin Salinger talked about the process of filming a series on an airplane.
I'll tell you, it was set on an airplane, so it was filming for 6-7 months, just turning up to work every day. It was like going on a sort of 8-hour flight every single day, which was quite extraordinary. I don't want to go on a plane again.
Shut the f*** up!
You can stream all 7 episodes of Hijack on Apple TV Plus tomorrow, by the way.
That looks pretty good.
Here's our next clip. The 15th season of American Ninja Warrior brings with it exciting changes to the competition. Here, host Matt Eisman talks about how the show is stepping it up.
Bigger, faster, stronger. But the biggest change we've got is side-by-side, head-to-head racing. And you're going to see it in just about every episode. And it's just electrifying because you get to see these ninjas really push each other beyond what they're comfortable doing. And we just saw some remarkable performances and incredible race.
That's not a bad idea, having 2 people go at the same time.
Yep.
That can make it a little more exciting. The
Gives you perspective.
Newest episode of American Ninja Warrior aired last night on NBC and streams today on Peacock. And there you go. That's the last story I have for you. Entertainment Report. Case, should I go ahead and do this now?
You know what today is, right?
It's National Ice Cream Cake Day. Ice cream cake is a wonderful thing.
It really is.
And our friends at Acme are celebrating. They have a variety of cakes in all different flavors and sizes. And I have a $25 Acme gift card for caller 25.
Excellent.
At 215-263 WMMR.
Your in-laws, Preston, blew my mind.
yeah,
I guess
yeah.
it was last year. I never realized that you could order, buy, and eat an ice cream cake on a day that's not somebody's birthday.
For no reason
For no reason
whatsoever.
whatsoever. I was like, you know what? You're right.
They love ice cream cake.
Yeah, why not?
And so they just went and picked one up at the grocery store, and Casey had come over, and he's like, what's the occasion?
Yeah.
I'm like, nothing, we're just having ice cream cake.
Wait a second. You can do that?
You can do that.
Yes, you
In
can.
fact, do that today. It's National Ice
Absolutely.
Cream Cake Day. Caller 25, we're going to set you up. We're going to take a break. We will come back in a moment. Don't forget, Wawa Hoagie Day is tomorrow.
Yes.
CEO of Wawa taking over the country. Chris Gheysens will be in our studio, and we'll do some giveaways in conjunction with his appearance as well. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. What's new?
Glad you asked.
After 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is
Yeah.
it one of these where you need
Like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity.
Dating site.
Notoriety.
Raya.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya. Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a
website.
vetting committee.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that
Processor.
You have the processor. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh,
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
no.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman
No, I
impression.
was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's
okay.
Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character.
Thanks, man.
So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like, my mother was born in Iceland and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or an ordering pizza?
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba, wubba, wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. The ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba, wubba.
So, Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
Amore's, I think it was called.
That's Amore's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah. Same thing. Same thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Did
I don't know. I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
ooh, no,
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should have
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch?
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
Could
we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it, it's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef for melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
my God.
93.3 WMMR.
We have to eat quickly here at the radio station. We have these short breaks in between our segments. I saw Casey wolf down half of a shorty this morning, courtesy of our friends from Wawa.
Yeah.
Thank you to them because tomorrow's Wawa Hoagie Day.
It's huge. And it's the biggest hoagie, right? They're going.
Yes. The world's largest hoagie, and it's free. Lunch is free on Wawa tomorrow.
It's an amazing thing if you've never gone down to see it.
It's cool.
Yeah.
And we're going to have CEO Chris Gheysens in here in a little bit. Casey and I will be co-hosting that tomorrow. And what kind of hoagie do you have? Looked like an Italian.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mine, too.
That's kind of my standard.
Yep. Yeah. So you'll be able to enjoy that. We'll get the details when Chris gets in here in a little bit. But that is tomorrow morning. And that is on Independence Mall in that whole area. So, free lunch on Wawa. It's pretty awesome. All right, before we do anything else, I think it's been a while. The store's been closed.
What?
Oh.
It's time to open up the general store and go through some odds and ends.
Time to go to the general store where proprietor Preston Elliott always says, it's a good morning to see you.
Come on in. Good morning to see you. So I'm going to start with this story because I have a personal thing that happened the other day, which was kind of interesting. Yes. The Atlantic reported that the 2010 Common Core standards began omitting cursive instruction, meaning that many members of Gen Z have never been taught how to read or write in cursive.
What?
And according to the Washington Post, even though this form of handwriting used to be a mainstay of American public education, for many students, cursive is becoming as foreign as ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics.
So I actually bought Jace a book because he wanted to learn. He was interested in how to do it and how to read it and write it and all of that. So I bought him a book. It was supposed to, we were told it was coming back into schools and that they were going to reintroduce it. And this was just before COVID. COVID hit. It never happened.
Sure.
My guess is that that's the reason. But now there's no talk of bringing it back into the public schools.
Well, and they're starting to ask the question, which is with the development of technology, cursive has become increasingly obsolete. But what impact will that have on the future? And the Atlantic writes, this means in the future, cursive will have to be taught to scholars the way Elizabethan secretary hand or paleography is today.
So what's happened over the course of time, and you guys tell me if you've had the same experience as well. I find that I write in a hybrid now.
Yeah.
That is part cursive,
Always,
right?
yeah.
So some of my letters will be in cursive and some will be just classic letter style, and they sort of mesh together.
So here's my story. Rochelle is the manager of my household, and the manager pays all the bills, does all the actual work of signing and doing all that stuff. If I'm paying for something, it's usually with a credit card. So Rochelle pays with checks,
right?
Sending out our bills and things like that. So she writes out the checks. I, the other day, had to write a check for the first time, and I couldn't tell you how many years. And I always, since I was a kid and began using a checkbook, would write, pay to the order of, and I would write that in print. I don't know why. But then when it came to the amount, I would write it in cursive.
Always.
Right.
So I had to start with the letter F, and I forgot how to write an F in cursive. I forgot how to do it.
So I guarantee you, most people, or at least a lot of people now, write a hybrid cursive F.
So I just stopped, and I rolled the whole thing.
You
I
printed
rolled the whole thing out in print.
Wow.
And because I didn't want to get halfway through and then realize there was another letter I didn't know how to do.
But your signature is always in cursive.
Yeah, my signature I could do asleep.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
Wait, did you look it up? Like, could you do it now?
Yeah, I remember it now.
Okay.
All right, because I did
in
after
the air,
I was done. So it's the little curly Q at the top and then this guy.
Oh, the cap. Yeah, right.
Yeah, the capital F.
The capital F, yeah.
But I'd always had crappy looking cursive writing. You probably had beautiful cursive writing, Kathy.
No, you know what?
All girls do.
My penmanship was like average. I always I liked my friends that had like the cutesy writing. I wasn't like that. Mine's I was very like scripty, like almost like a script font, but it wasn't like super pretty.
Okay.
We had, I remember for years, Preston, in elementary school, around the classroom, up on a continuous sort of line where the letters and the cursive letters going all the way around.
Yeah.
And it was something you saw constantly.
There are some cursive letters, capitals, that I just refuse to write the way they were taught, and Q is one of those because the Q just kind of looks like a 2. and I'm not going to do that. So I do my own.
It does.
It
looks like a freaking 2.
Yeah. The F, I think you can kind of get away with a bunch of different ways. So I don't necessarily do the cursive F the way it is taught. It's, the first letter of my last name. But I did want to ask you guys, what is your favorite cursive capital letter to write? Because I have two.
I'm writing them down right now because I don't remember them.
S. The way I always for Steve.
I
don't remember how to do.
too.
I'm writing these down. I don't remember how to do H. I don't.
It's basically just.
Is it like
H,
this?
yeah.
Like the middle is like a little loopy
Little
thing.
curly. All right.
What about a J? J throws off a lot of people because you start from the outside.
Yeah, I like the J.
And back around.
I'm a big fan of the J.
I was always good at the J.
Thumbs up to the J.
But like my
J to the double K.
My top 3 are J, D, and L.
Well, L and M got kicked out for smoking.
Yeah, L is my favorite though.
Preston,
Well,
you know
I mean, P would be my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I write a gigantic one when I sign my name. So.
Press, I've noticed with Jace's handwriting, he does his E's like you do.
Okay.
And I remember you telling me that you used to look at that thing that Steve and I were talking about that was on the wall in school, and that you sort of just taught yourself how to do it, and you kind of did it backwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
where people start at the top, I start at the bottom, and,
what's the
and
biggest,
opposite of that.
Yeah.
The biggest bitch, it was someone who is left-handed. I remember years ago in school, writing cursive left-handed was always a problem.
it was more difficult.
Okay, as I'm writing these down, I don't remember S. I don't remember how to make a capital S. I don't remember it at all. How do you do it, Steve? Well, I know you're doing. I mean,
I'm conducting.
Casey
to
wrote it
joy.
down.
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Yeah, it almost looks like a G.
And then the T is kind of like an F, right?
A bit.
Yeah, without
if you're drunk enough.
Yeah.
No, the T and the F are identical, except that the F has the cross in the middle.
Okay.
Identical.
So the T just has the little swoop on the top?
The T and the F
there
are
it is.
middle. The T and the F are identical.
X was kind of like hell. I don't.
Hell.
Hell.
But you see, it becomes a hybrid.
There you go. Okay, that's my alphabet.
Oh, not bad.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Took a little while. I had to write it down. I couldn't remember it. X I bailed on because screw that.
What is it, X?
Yeah, X.
It's just an X.
Is it just an X?
No, it
it's
has a
not.
little
There's a
swoosh.
curly swoop.
Yeah.
in it.
But yeah, it's just
At
an
the
X.
top and the bottom.
I wouldn't have remembered lowercase x. We're looking at that. That I never would have gotten that.
Yeah.
Well, no, you would, because you got to remember the lowercase x is connected to other letters, right? So
No, I wouldn't have gotten it. I'm telling you, Case. No way. I wouldn't remember that.
The biggest aberration, as we said before, you have Z. A capital Z looks kind of weird. It's lowercase. Okay. Q again with that little curly thing.
The G is weird.
Yeah.
Well, so they are saying now that essentially this directly impacts archival work. Many written documents from the 19th century and other early time periods are written in cursive. And while it was once taken for granted that American students would know how to read cursive, now that can't be the case. So there may be a whole generation of people who are going to have to learn this simply to read archival material.
I have old books that have been handed down within the family for generations.
In cursive?
Cursive.
Wow.
Cursive. There is a guide to acting from like 1920 that is written in cursive. It's wild.
That's interesting. I do find it a little I kind of like that we will be able to read it and write it, and that the next generation. Not that I
can
wish
plot
that,
against them.
No,
Yes.
I wish that they were taught it, and I wish that they could. But I think it's cool that we can still do that, and they're going to be there are people who will be like, oh, you can read cursive.
This is akin to the analog clock and digital. Yeah.
I can't post a video on TikTok, but I can read this.
Yep.
How about that,
Sure can.
kiddo?
Kiddo.
I don't get it. Like, you're taught cursive in like third grade. It's not that hard. What are they teaching instead of that? Like, what?
To be honest, a lot of this stuff is going away. Simply, for example, the gravity or gravitas placed on spelling is being eliminated because of automatic spell correct and things of that nature. Many teachers argue against that and think you should know how to spell these words.
Yeah.
But I guess they're kind of shaking out how much tech will be involved in everything going forward.
Yeah. Yep. So, but they're saying that it may very well go that way.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
That it will be, like
Soon they're going to stop teaching us square dancing.
dead form. What do you have, Case?
Marissa says because she tweeted something out almost 12 or almost 11 years ago to the day. Says, dude, 11 years ago we had a similar conversation. So it also means it's not going away.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep. All right. Back into the store, and this time I don't know if you know this or not, but we actually have a space travel section.
Yes, it's an incredible section for this small country store to have a space travel section.
Yeah, so NASA has achieved a technological milestone that could one day play an important role in the missions to the moon and beyond. This week, the space agency revealed that the International Space Station's environmental control and life support system is recycling 98% of all water that astronauts bring on board the station. And that means that they use advanced dehumidifiers to capture moisture the station's crew breathes and sweats out as they go about their daily task. And I had read also
it's
pee.
amazing. And so, yes, and the pee reconstitution has been part of suits for a long time. However, that level of reclamation as far as getting all that back, Preston, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Wait, this isn't part of their suits. They don't pee right in the suit. Do they?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Oh, okay.
In the early days of space travel.
But
I could be wrong.
But reclaiming that, I think, I don't think it's like a still suit in Dune.
I don't know. Yeah, for some reason, I thought there was some element of that in the spacesuit.
But I think they they pee in their relief tubes and then they recycle that stuff. And
we'll do a little checking on it.
And into water.
I've been looking forward to drinking my piss.
We were talking, who wasn't? We were talking about submarines and submersibles last week, and we had a guy who called in, who was in the Navy and been in a submarine for a long time, and he talked about how they scrub the air that the sailors breathe some of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do they do the same thing on a spaceship?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. They use that lithium hydroxide.
Oh, all right.
Which gets rid of the carbon dioxide.
So I was wondering how long can a sub stay underwater, or how long can a space stay in the in space without having to replenish the oxygen?
He
supply?
mentioned it was almost
3 months.
Yeah,
they would stay down for 90 days, is what he was saying. But listen, they're planning on staying out for a long time. It takes quite a long time to get to Mars, and in fact, there's another story. That NASA had kicked off a 378-day mission on Sunday, in which a crew of 4 volunteers will be locked in a ground-based simulator on the planet Mars, the planet Mars.
Yeah.
At Johnson Space Center in Houston.
We're getting closer.
So the mission, NASA said, is the first of 3 year-long Mars surface simulations called Crew Health and Performance Exploration Analog, or CHAPI for short. The data acquired through the simulators is intended to help NASA prepare for human exploration on Mars. They're simulating what it'll be like living in this environment.
Have you seen the game? It's not. I guess it's a reality show that is supposed to replicate.
I saw a clip of Ronda Rousey
and like Flava Flav on Mars base.
And that must have been what that is.
Yeah, it's got to be.
So we've turned it into we've turned it in. The 4-person crew consists of Commander Kelly Haston, a research scientist and with experience in stem cell-based projects, flight engineer Ross Brockwell.
Well,
Hi, I'm Ross Brockwell.
I have a huge penis.
He's a structural engineer and public works administrator.
Which we were just saying about the water. In the movie The Martian, him being able to maximize all that was available to him on Mars, figured prominently in this.
That's why they have these type of people.
Pretty amazing,
who can improvise if they need to.
Poop soup, poop cake. Hates poop.
The medical officer, Nathan Jones, and the science officer is Anka Salario. So with backgrounds in science and engineering, the crew members are going to be part of a simulated mission to Mars where the crew will eat, drink, and exercise while in simulation. The 1,700 square foot 3D printed facility is about the size of a 3 to 4 bedroom house and will be used for NASA's longest analog mission to date, 378 days. The habitat will be a place where the crew will practice personal hygiene and healthcare like drawing blood, while also allowing them to exercise, grow food, and collect geological samples.
So obviously the plan would be to not have them have any outward interaction, right? I mean, they're saying completely self-contained and
But then these two guys, Bud and Doyle, sneak in.
Right. And it all goes to hell.
It goes to hell. The habitat will be packed with all of the supplies that will go to Mars. What the habitat will not be able to simulate, though, is the red planet's gravity. But that's where virtual reality comes into play. While in the habitat, virtual reality will allow crew members to simulate spacewalks on Mars or Mars walks, as well as other tasks that the crew may encounter on Mars, including removing dust from the spacesuit or solar panels or repairing the habitat. As crew members live within the simulator, scientists will be measuring their performance, cognition, and health over the year to understand what a crew will go through.
There's
Pretty
so
cool.
many, there are so many things and so many variables that if you can run as many simulations as you can prior, because there's going to be a whole wealth of new stuff you won't even have any idea how to deal with.
I think it'd be pretty cool if you had the time and the drive to do something like this, because you get the experience without going through the danger
right.
of actually going there. And it would be obviously an important part to the missions to make sure that they can do the things they can do. I think it'd be really neat to be a part of this crew.
Yeah. God, man, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the booze section.
Is the booze section right next to the space section?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's one aisle over. An analysis of 69 studies involving 12,394 people in the United States, Canada, France, and Australia found that people tend to drink and drink heavily when they're in a good mood.
Really? So do they drink more when they're in a good mood as opposed to being depressed and drinking?
They do.
Huh.
And that is interesting, contrary to what you might see in movies and so on of somebody going to the bar to drown their sorrows.
You figure that's the case where they're going to imbibe the most, but it's not. It's when they're happy.
Researchers did not find evidence that people drank more when they were down. 6 to 28% of participants drank on good days.
How many of those days end up with them feeling down?
Oh, about 99%. And they were more likely to binge drink on good days.
Yeah.
One hypothesis
We should
is
do a drinking event that starts early, Preston.
that when we're in a good mood, this helps us see the upside of drinking. However, the downside is that this combination of positive thoughts can be difficult to resist. For example, you could think that you deserve a drink if you're feeling good.
I've been a good boy, so I want to drink and wake up in a dumpster.
It's funny because I will get deciding on whether or not I will have a drink or two is something that isn't usually done spontaneously. Like I will, like maybe this time of day. The thought will occur in my head. You know what I'm talking about.
You're planning for later.
That little seed.
You know what?
Will grow. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, tomorrow. We're not doing anything tomorrow.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
Should I do that?
I wonder if Lou Turks is open.
Pshaw.
And then, yeah. You give yourself permission.
Yeah.
And you're like, you know what? I can. I haven't for a while.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't got to get up next morning.
It's been 3 days.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kathy,
I got something to celebrate. I just got my coin from Andrew.
Yeah, right.
Right, yeah. Well, speaking of celebrations, Steve, Kathy, do you often celebrate with champagne? Or do you celebrate, do you drink champagne when you're happy?
I mean, I love champagne, so that's not like my celebration
So
drink.
it doesn't matter what your mood is?
No, not really.
Do you crack open a bottle of champagne when you successfully purchase wine?
When I find a good bottle of wine, I drink my
Yay!
champagne. No, it's just not solely used for celebration, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? And I've only used it for celebration or a special occasion, but we have some friends of ours that we will go out to dinner with from time to time. If we go by their house, they start off with a glass of champagne. I'm like, interesting.
Would you say any of you, though, as a non-drinker, have you ever done the classic drinking because you're in? I don't know many people that I can say I know drink because they're in a bad mood.
No, I have to drown my sorrows before.
Drown your sorrows?
Yeah, that's never a good idea.
I know it's definitely not. But that's like ages ago, like after a breakup or something like that.
It makes it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what that is?
How long can I stand the smell of burned rubber?
But I would say that you do that. Like if you're if there was like a breakup or something, you're like, I'm having a glass of wine.
Oh, okay.
Or,
All right.
you had a bad day. I need a glass of wine. I need to relax. So
Well, I've evolved into stress eating, which is just as healthy. But like if I'm having a crap day, I'll dig into the ice cream.
The 1 gallon club, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right, let's go somewhere else. Let's go to the toy section.
Oh, it's my favorite part of the odds and ends store.
The toys. First launched in 1998, Hasbro's Furby was a sensation.
God, were they huge.
Furbies could communicate amongst themselves, appearing to have nonsensical conversations when situated in sight of one another. And it was a massive hit at first, with 40 million sold in the first 3 years. They eventually faded from popularity. But while production stopped in 2016, Hasbro has decided that 2023, the 25th anniversary, will be the year of the Furby comeback. In a press release, the company said that sales will start next month.
When a toy debuts, Kathy, how does Jace become aware of it? Now, he's a little bit past toys.
Yeah, toys, but it's mainly YouTube.
YouTube, okay,
Yeah.
because it used to be like Saturday morning cartoons. It used to be commercials.
Well, when my kids were, toy age, it was Nickelodeon. It was, the commercials would pop up, and it was still like when we were kids,
Right,
Steve,
right.
and you saw, the Evel Knievel motorcycle on TV. You were like,
Oh my God!
I have to have that.
You don't understand, Mom. He's going to jump Snake River Canyon.
But they all reinforced each other. And so, Steve, for me, it was the same. It was I would go home from school, watch Transformers, watch G.I. Joe, and then make my parents go buy those toys for me,
Oh, when my boys were young, Rescue Heroes.
Rescue Heroes.
Remember Rescue Heroes?
I remember those.
They had an animated show. I hung on to a couple of them as a little keepsake, but and it was from the TV commercials.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the one you want. So
YouTube's where it's at now.
the new Furby will have 5 voice-activated modes and is programmed with more than 600 responses to external stimulus.
And working genitalia, right?
That I haven't read about
For
yet.
what are they plushies or are they?
Yeah, I guess so. Not just Furby's typical strange made-up sounding language, though, but lights and sounds and 10 original songs as well.
Wow.
As cute as
they can write in cursive.
As cute as the Furby may seem, Yahoo Entertainment notes that it endured long enough to acquire its own cloud of urban legends. In 1999, for instance, the NSA banned Furby from sensitive locations, concerned that it could be used for spying.
Well, yes, it could. So we're looking at the new Furby. It's got a light-up heart, it appears to be, above and it's on its forehead.
Yeah.
I think it's a Mind Stone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
The Boston Globe notes that the Furby reintroduction is part of a wave of 1990s inspired nostalgia, pointing to the upcoming Barbie movie and Mattel's resurrection of Barney as well. And I was also reading in the elevator that things of that era are starting to become, to Gen Z, become kind of fascinating as far as reminiscing goes or as far as nostalgia goes. And one of the things they're really curious about is Y2K.
Oh, really?
I tried to explain that to Caroline not long ago because I was asked about it. And and wanted to know, what was the story on that? I'm like, wow. I'm like, Y2K.
I knew someone whose job it was, his entire job was to reset software in major companies' computer systems because it wasn't going to be able to accommodate the year 2000.
Right.
Yeah, all that stuff is becoming interesting. It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, because when I was a kid, the 1950s had a resurgence as far as popularity with shows like Happy Days and Vern Shirley and so on. And so that type of thing is happening with that 90s era right now, apparently.
Do you know what's becoming big again? Gigapets. Do you remember those?
And that would have been around this time, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, all that stuff is coming around. The Furby will be sold on Amazon for $70.
Come on.
And sales begin on July 15th.
What was the original price? Did they say?
I don't know. I remember being around $30. I remember being around $30, something like that. But that's just a number I pulled out of my ace.
Where was the most? So those in-store fights, those brawls, I remember them occurring over Teddy Ruxpin's. Remember those?
Cabbage Patch?
Cabbage Patch, yes. I mean, full-on brawls.
Furbies, definitely.
Furbies as well.
Oh, Steve, wasn't Tickle Me Elmo? That was
Tickle Me Elmo. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Do I have time for one more?
One more.
Okay. All right, we'll do one more. Do you want to hear, I don't know, we already did some science.
Is there an indecisive section to the store?
We did some sciencey stuff, so I'm going to move on to the police section. We have
the law enforcement section.
Law enforcement. Law enforcement section. I think this is interesting.
It's right next to the NSA section of the store.
Tucson Police, the department, is launching a new one-of-a-kind role to help solve crime in southern Arizona, and the department is calling it a professional staff investigator. And according to Lieutenant Mark Jimenez, it's an opportunity for civilians to fulfill their detective dreams. So with all these podcasts and things going on of people try true crime,
I ain't mad at this.
They're actually looking for outside help.
So, yes, I can see that. You have, and in a number of cases, people who have hung on cold cases, as they would say, and devoted their attentions to them have actually gotten results. It was Patton Oswalt's.
Steve, it's your watch. I saw your watch going off. You may have hit it by accident.
Shut up, you. She solved the Golden State killer case, right? Yeah. So, and she hung on that. So, people who are taking the extra time to review this stuff, why not?
Yeah.
On a little more casual side of things, my cousin calls.
What serial killer did you
No,
solve?
but my cousin calls me all the time, and she's like, "Are you still doing the radio thing? When are we opening our private investigating firm?"
Oh my God!
I'd love to see that.
So Jimenez says since police have been going to job fairs, one of the first questions most people right out of college ask, or really anybody is, how do I sign up to be a detective? And up until
here's your badge.
Up until right now, it's been that you have to be a police officer, be on the force for at least 3 years, and then you're eligible for the detective test.
All right, here's your badge, and here's your surveillance Furby.
Until now, when you saw flashing lights or heard police sirens, your so-called detective instincts had limitations, but citizens were helping solve crimes behind a screen, through social media or word of mouth. And Tucson police say that thanks to this new job, that's all about to change.
Are you saying the citizens are on patrol?
The citizens are on patrol. Many citizens.
Many.
Jimenez said there's been different things in the media where community members help solve cases. So we want to get those people. We want to get that untapped potential.
Any plans to open this up to the SWAT team?
No, I don't believe so. You need an associate's degree and 2 years of prior experience to apply.
Oh, like what kind of experience?
It doesn't say. Individuals can also have a bachelor's degree or 4 years prior experience. And pay ranges between $21 and $32 per hour.
I took jazz tap for 6 months. Yeah, sure.
But yeah, why not have as many eyes and ears out there as you can, and then funneling that into the detectives that can then take that information and break it down and see if it's legit or not.
So it's been a double-edged sword because you have all these amateur sleuths who are contacting police departments and but I think there's this network could really result in some good things.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at those the divers that have gone out and found loads of bodies and cars and things like that have been missing for a long time, and they're just doing it on their own.
Should we pick a classic cold case and
see if we can solve it?
Yeah.
Why not?
What would you like to take on?
Zodiac Killer.
Zodiac Killer?
They kind of solved that already, but
do we? All right, give me another one.
Man, I'm trying to think of unsolved cases. I don't know anything off the top of my head.
Think of that couple that left.
Yeah, but that's close to that can really hurt people's. I mean, we wouldn't want to make people get emotional. It was something that we can be a little bit more detached from without stepping on people's emotions.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was the DB Sweeney one? Did they ever solve that?
DB Sweeney,
the guy that jumped out of the plane.
No, DB Cooper.
DB Cooper.
DB Sweeney's an actor.
Oh yeah, but you guys know that story, right?
Yeah.
The story of whatever happened to DB Sweeney.
No.
I don't know. That's what. See,
he jumped out of
yeah.
He jumped out of a helicopter,
Dude, I thought you were
and
legit.
DB Cooper jumped out of the plane. Now,
That's a mystery.
How about Jean-Benet Ramsey?
Oh,
okay. Yes.
Well, no, they found her body.
Damn it. No, they
Jean-Benet
didn't.
Ramsey, they never found out who killed her.
They believe so.
Did they find a body? I
thought
think
she
that's
was-
unsolved.
No.
The most recent bit of information pertaining to that is that apparently and you don't know what to trust, but the family has been completely cleared. Remember, there was a story that the father might have done it. There was at any point any one of the family members who were surviving, but then there was apparently a handyman that was in the neighborhood that they believe might have been
Nick, can you get off of DB Sweeney? I know you're researching him, but look up Jean-Benet Ramsey.
Here, I have
All right,
Jean-Benet
thank you.
Ramsey. Let him do it.
Look up
Nick's hung up on DB
Real
Sweeney.
quick, Kathy, he's still acting.
Okay.
Okay.
We saw
All
that.
All right,
we
Nick,
got
now
it.
check out breakfast pizza, please.
All All right, so there was a body found in the John Benet Ramsey case,
Really?
but it was early on. That was part of the case. The father found her 7 hours after she had been reported missing.
Well, so we knew that.
So yeah,
I forgot that.
So
right. So whatever's behind the killing and who did
we can
it.
solve that.
Yeah, they
we
don't
can
know
solve
that.
that.
So you see that what happens is the detectives show up Preston to find out what information we've accrued on the John Benet investigation, and we're all standing there eating breakfast pizza.
Yeah.
We got this done.
All right. Well, anyhow, the Tucson Police Department is actually reaching out, and maybe others, if they have success with this, will follow suit. And you, crime fighter, if you are an amateur sleuth, you never know.
A keyboard detective, as they call them.
You might be finding a place to put your efforts. All right, we got to close shop because we have guests that are coming by, and we got bizarre files and things like that too. And I certainly want to thank you for stopping by.
Y'all come back now, yeah?
Absolutely. And do I need to wait for our guest, or should I?
No, you can do that right now.
How about a $25 gift card to Wawa?
Awesome.
Wawa Hoagie Day is tomorrow on Independence Mall. Me and Casey are co-hosting the event. It is a free hoagie for you tomorrow, and usually works like you get a drink and chips and stuff like that. Well, the CEO of the company, I think he can tell us a thing or two, Chris Gheysens, is going to be here. So we'll chat with him a little bit more about that. But we'll take caller number 9 at 215-263-WMMR. Give you a $25 gift card. We'll come back with the B-Files. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes. Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's right.
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were 2 of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually, of the companies that do mail order brownies, Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have they're top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies
All
are
right.
sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of, yeah.
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to
Yeah.
it, Case, if you want to have some fun with that.
Goo.
It's
Billy
I need
Madison.
that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Madison, yeah.
When he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
right. Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
Right.
Even
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and
man.
there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid, they're easier to package, you can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have that
Ahoy.
luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a
off.
piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want
Yeah.
with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve,
What?
you cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right.
All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was
source?
saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
wrong.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But what? I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Gheysens, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded, it's burning, it's crashing, falling to the ground, falling! People jumping out! They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground!
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames! Huge vagina on fire! Maliciously falling, crawling, crashing to the ground! People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair! Somebody is jumping! Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as a mat as people jump down! They're falling onto the mat!
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is serving as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire!
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says he purchased the 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If anybody,
if you were to right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it. I've seen a lot of...
Why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're.
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it?
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class II erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look.
WMMR.
All right, Bizarre File and then a guest. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought in this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. ADMoyer.com. I had to sprinkle the good and the bad through the Bizarre File.
Okay, we appreciate that.
Going to kind of alternate in this, but we're going to start with this one. You can call this good or bad, I don't know, but a man's penis padlock
God.
had to be removed after he split with his girlfriend who had the only key.
Damn, you always have a backup key to your penis padlock.
The hapless man bought the lock about 8 months ago. He wore it from time to time, and his then girlfriend kept hold of the key. However,
how did he go through airports?
The unnamed man I don't think he flew during that time period. The unnamed man had spent the last 3 months trying to remove it after breaking up with his lover.
Yes, how discreet a locksmith are you?
By the time he eventually retrieved the key from his ex, the lock had rusted shut. As a result, the young man went to see a tattoo and piercing specialist in Barcelona about removing it. The tattooist, known as La Tuerta Piercer, shared footage of the incident on TikTok.
Thanks for doing that, by the way.
The clip shows the man standing with his back to the camera as La Tuerta consults with her colleague, Alex. And while inspecting the man's memory...
We're going to need an acetylene torch.
They
put it on TikTok?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems kind of weird, right?
They come to the conclusion that the lock has rusted, making its removal even more complicated. Alex says it's very rusty. Of course, you've been showering with it on, right?
Let me ask you a question. How married are you to your penis?
She explained that they eventually opened the lock with several carefully administered hammer blows.
What?
La Tuerta said, very carefully, we put the key in place and gave it a couple of hits with the hammer, and then it came off. So, all right. This next story is this is really a tragic story, and I want to share this as a cautionary tale for those who may go hiking.
Yes.
2 people died Friday after hiking in extreme heat at Big Bend National Park in southwest Texas. A stepfather and his 2 stepsons from Florida were hiking the Marufo Vega Trail when temperatures were at 119 degrees.
Man, you can't do that.
Yeah, and according to the park, the trail winds through extremely rugged desert and rocky cliffs within the hottest part of the Big Bend National Park. No shade or water makes this strenuous trail dangerous to attempt in the heat of summer. Big Bend is currently experiencing extreme heat with daily highs reaching into 119-degree range, low elevations along the Rio Grande. During the hike, the youngest, age 14, fell ill along the trail, lost consciousness. The 31-year-old stepfather then left the scene to hike back to their vehicle to find help, while the other brother, 21 years old, tried to carry his brother back to the trailhead. The communication center received a call requesting emergency assistance. About 6 p.m., rangers and agents reached the scene at about 7:30 and located the young victim who had died along the trail. And then authorities began looking for the stepfather. About 8 p.m., they found his vehicle, which had crashed over an embankment at an overlook, and the 31-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene of the crash. It's just horrible all the way around. No further details were provided about the 21-year-old or his condition, but that is just...
There's been a bunch of stories lately of people hiking. You should get up to speed on certain... you may think, well, it's just walking, or it's just, you got to get up to speed on environmental conditions.
I'm sure it's not a coincidence, but Grand Canyon National Park yesterday posted an advisory about if you go down on the Grand Canyon, Kathy, that the temperatures can get really, really hot really, really quickly. You got to bring enough water.
Kathy, it's like when you free soloed Devil's Tower.
Right. Remember?
Yeah.
Are you going to the Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
When? While we're off?
Yes.
Okay.
She's going with the rest of the Brady's.
You're not doing the version that Casey's doing, right?
God, no.
Okay.
What?
All right. What appeared to be a typical Los Angeles pizza shop was actually operating as a drug lab and cooking up illegal THC concentrate.
We don't have garlic knots.
The super lab was discovered by cops in North Hollywood next to an animal hospital. Photos released by the police department show an officer standing beside giant vats that were used to cook the THC honey oil.
Wow.
Other photos show plastic trays of oil stacked on kitchen racks, typically used for food. Police can be seen searching through cardboard pizza boxes that say hot and ready.
Do you think that you tried all the rest? Now get addicted.
The LAPD said in a statement, from faux vending machines to pizza making trickery, we are well aware of these sneaky things, keeping our city safe, one clever bust at a time. This super pizza lab won't be making any more deliveries, they said. All right, here's another messed up one, okay? A woman accused of fatally shooting her Uber driver in West Texas after mistakenly believing that she was being kidnapped into Mexico has been charged with murder. Phoebe Copas, who is from Kentucky, was visiting her boyfriend in El Paso when the shooting took place. Copas shot 52-year-old Daniel Piedra Garcia in the head while he was driving her to a location in far southeast El Paso. Copas saw traffic signs that read Juarez, Mexico during her ride and falsely believed that she was being kidnapped and taken into Mexico.
So you shoot him in the head?
I know. El Paso is located on the U.S.-Mexico border across from Juarez.
You might even just try brandishing the gun and threatening.
Officers initially arrested and charged Copas on suspicion of aggravated assault. With his death, though, the charge has been upgraded to murder, and she's being held on $1.5 million bond. Piedra had picked up Copas around 2 p.m. in a Gheysens Nissan Maxima and was driving her to another location to meet her boyfriend. As they drove along US 54, Copas saw the traffic signs that said Juarez, Mexico, and believed that she was being kidnapped and taken across the border. She's accused of grabbing a silver and brown handgun from a person, shooting him in the back right side of his head. And this caused the vehicle to crash into roadway barriers before coming to a stop on the freeway. The police were called and they took her into custody, obviously. So
terrific.
That's just horrible. All right.
She was terrified. I get it, but
come on.
Come on.
Yeah. All right. We need a lighter story to end with. And this sounds
more
like
genital locks.
No genital locks. And this is a fairly local story. A bizarre alert to those at Kutztown University this summer. An aggressive cow was on the loose on campus.
They say, Preston, had every chance of becoming an utter catastrophe.
They did, didn't they? All right, so the Kutztown University Police Department said that it was first notified of the situation 7:15 p.m. on Sunday as a caller explained that the cow was running along Main Street and onto the campus. In an alert titled Avoid North Campus Aggressive Cow Do Not Approach.
How many people thought that was a joke when they saw that?
The police said the cow seemed scared and unfamiliar with its surroundings. All should stay away from the cow. The animal is not
Where the hell am I?
safe to approach.
Am I in Kutztown?
The cow's owner was responding to the scene. The department sent a follow-up email shortly after 9 p.m. Sunday saying the cow was last seen in Fleetwood.
Yes, I'm looking for a pizza place that sells meth.
And thought that it would not yet be secured, and it was no longer a threat to Kutztown campus, but I haven't seen any word on them actually finding the cow or capturing it or anything.
The
like
footage
that.
shows it, trotting down the street, having a good time.
And there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a guest who is here in our studio, ready for this annual event that is a thing of beauty that takes place in Philadelphia around this time each and every year. And for years now, I've had the honor of hosting this event and had, Steve, you have done it
I've
before
done it as well. It's been a blast.
Casey co-hosts with me, and you will be able to do this tomorrow at noon in historic Old City, Philadelphia. It is going to be Wawa Hoagie Day on Independence Mall. It's your chance to have free lunch and a great time, courtesy of our friends from Wawa. And we have the CEO of the company here in our studio, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chris Gheysens.
Hello.
Oh, yes. We got our clapping things. We have our Wawa clappers.
Unnecessary.
There you
I
go.
require every Wawa store to do that when I walk in.
When you walk in, so
You
you
have
should.
to, yeah. You have to show your proper reverence.
Now, Preston, can I ask a question? About 45 minutes ago, when I was driving in, I heard something that I'm struggling to process, and that is we're allowed to eat ice cream cake when it's not someone's
Yes, we
birthday.
are. Absolutely.
I mean, my children have had when they were young, multiple birthday parties throughout the year just so I could have ice cream cake.
Yeah.
They actually have no idea what day is their birthday now. So,
Yeah, no, it is a
stopping
thing.
at Acme.
People don't think so, yeah.
Get it when your heart's desire.
It's a mind blower,
This
isn't it?
That's literally was news.
Yeah.
No, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in this morning. And
you.
congratulations on Wawa's meteoric rise and attempt to take over the entire nation because it's working, man. We keep getting stories, and we pass these along every time we see them of
all
the
the time.
new locations in the new states that you guys are moving into.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It is. It is. For us, it's this will sound cliche, one customer at a time. That's just how we build our business. That's how we think. But we will open 76 new stores this year. So
Wow. Oh, my
new
God.
Wawas in a lot of the towns and areas like Delco that we've been in for 59 years, but also some new places. We just broke ground in Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina and Fairhope, Alabama on the east side of Mobile Bay. And so the whole panhandle and, we're acquiring sites out in the Midwest as we speak.
Yesterday, I experienced something I never experienced before, and this would be I don't know how to explain this. A little bit of jealousy, I guess, because not jealousy. That's not the right word.
Envy?
No, because I get this prep service, okay, and they just have some ideas of things that are going on around the world, a little snapshot of this and that, and just give you a resource to go to for some information. And one of them was a list, and this is a national prep service. It goes all around the country, and it was the Wawa hot hoagies that this guy had eaten all of them and ranked them.
So it made a national prep service.
It was a national prep service.
I know.
And I'm like, hey, pump the brakes here, man.
Well, I was just saying.
That's our thing.
Yeah.
We are thrilled for the expansion.
Yeah, but
However, we take ownership.
That's right.
Like, stay in your lane. We're telling other states, enjoy,
But hang on,
but stay in your lane.
What was number one on his list?
He went with the buffalo chicken.
Okay.
And second,
damn good.
Second was the meatball hoagie, and I'm like,
I'm going with him.
I'm going with meatball.
I love the buffalo chicken.
I'm
yeah.
going with meatball.
Yeah, but the roast pork. Don't sleep on the roast pork, man. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, well, it must be really gratifying to see people. Listen, we were talking to Rob McElhenney the other day, and he's saying his son, who basically is an LA kid, is all things Wawa now.
Yep.
Like, is nuts for Wawa. There's a whole segment on it.
That's a target audience.
Yeah.
It's teenager, college kid, home,
I need to compliment you guys on finding and utilizing Perry Grip for your campaigns.
Yeah.
Because this song right here.
We got blue skies overhead. Sun is shining like the weatherman said.
This is awesome.
The grass is green. This is the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. We got flip-flops on your feet.
And for those who don't know, Perry Grip was the guy in the band who was not a surf, right?
Yes.
Wasn't that it?
No, Nerf Herder.
Nerf Herder.
Yeah.
That's right. And what was the song? It was a big hit. Oh man.
Well, now I got to look it up.
I know.
But he did like this is him.
He's a cat.
That's him, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Did he do anything for us?
Yeah.
Yes. Preston the Thief
Preston
Show.
Thief. Yeah.
Riding on a Segway.
Oh, that's right. Segway.
Yep.
Chris, it's always interesting to me to see how Wawa really could just be a topic of conversation at any point, at any time with anybody in our area.
Yeah.
So there's always a million questions come to mind. But when you talk about expansion, would that have happened if not for the success in Florida? Like, because Florida was successful,
Good question.
you can go to other states and think, all right, hey, we can do it here too.
It gave us a lot of confidence. Yeah, we entered Florida. It's 11 years now, and we've 260 stores open, and Florida has embraced us. So we were able to, I think, crack the code from some of the challenges we have around just growth. And frankly, most of the country, when you think about it, when you say, hey, I'm going to go get a good hoagie, a meatball hoagie at a gas station, that doesn't reconcile.
Yeah.
So we have to market that and advertise that and tell people our message that, no, we have great food. And by the way, we sell gas and we're a convenience store.
It reassures me when we do our spring training broadcast in Clearwater, when we drive from Clearwater Beach to Clearwater, we pass a Wawa and we're like, hey, all right, breakfast is covered.
Yep. Yeah. Florida's been just a boon for us. I mean, the growth down there has been so significant. Frankly, if we weren't doing well, you'd probably have a different guy sitting here.
Right. Who is this guy? It's wonderful, though, also with, obviously the event tomorrow and Hoagie Day you guys, and we said it before many times, Wawa's basically saved Independence Day and on the celebration. Everything that was kind of on thin ice for a while, the company came in and embraced it and really, turned things around. This event it's a must-have event. Even when obviously COVID was going on and everything, people, is it going to happen? What are you going to do? Yeah. That's how important it is to setting everything off. So I know that's not lost on you. That's why will you be? Right. You'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be there. Yeah, it's something that we have put a lot of pride in. Look, Philadelphia is our hometown. When we go to other places, we're bringing a little piece of Philadelphia with us, and that's really a sense of pride. When you think about this. Welcome America. We've been doing this for 14 years, and the Wawa Passion and Pride, we'll have 100 volunteers there just tomorrow for Hoagie Day.
It's crazy.
To bring that to life.
Yeah.
And there's hundreds of volunteers that are making this happen. All the events, 16 days, free family fun. But it's not just us. This is a really good private-public partnership. The city, with Welcome America, the team there does, they're fantastic. And the mayor's support. We're really in this together, and I would say it's been built, and it's growing, and it's still a heck of a lot of fun like year one.
Yeah.
So tomorrow being Hoagie Day, we have some things planned. And by the way, the workers, they'll get started tonight, obviously, and build all night long to build this giant hoagie. When do they get started? Any idea?
Well, they'll start loading product in there late tonight, and they'll start building super early tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Well, before I probably even get up, sadly. Right. But
if you need any additional meat, there's a cow running around Kutztown.
I just heard that. We are going to track that guy down. But yeah, so they'll be there bright and early, National Constitution Center, and we're going to build 25,000 hoagies just tomorrow in there. The first 3,000 are going to go to PAL. They're going to go to the Veterans Multi-Service Center. And another 7,000 to Fill Abundance. We've leaned in heavy in many ways. This is one example to fight food hunger. And then 15,000 for free in Independence Mall tomorrow. And
they go.
That'll be great.
They move.
They do.
Yes,
they
people
do.
line
no
up.
Leftovers.
And the fact that it shows such concern for servicemen and women and first responders and all the people who protect us and keep us safe and make our quality of life, what it is.
Yeah.
That's great. We love to see that, too, because it's well represented at what Preston and Casey will be doing tomorrow.
It is. They're part of the Hoagies for Heroes hoagie making contest, as you well know. You MC that, Preston.
Which is more a brawl than
it's a food throwing
fight.
contest.
Yeah.
Yes, but look, nothing better than to celebrate, recognize, honor men and women who have served us around 4th of July. That's what this is all about.
Before last Phillies season began, my friend Matt texted me and he said, you are really going to love having Kyle Schwarber in a Phillies uniform. And he was right. And can you imagine what it would be like to have Schwarbfest? And I mean, like the success that has brought to the franchise, to him, it's made him like a part of Philadelphia. It's really fascinating.
It was lightning in a bottle.
It really was.
I mean, when we saw some of the tweets that we weren't, I'll be honest, probably paying attention that Schwarber was starting to hit home runs during Hoagie Fest. We decided to capitalize on it and have a little fun with it. And holy cow, that blew up in a way that we never could imagine. Kyle's an amazing guy. We had him at our year-end meeting, and just a lot of fun, just fits our personality.
Love that. All right, so tomorrow it's officially it's noon to 2. And what the hoagies will get started served at noon, I believe, right?
Noon on Independence Mall.
And all you have to do is come down there. And then I'm seeing this that the Constitution Center is going to be open.
Yeah, we are
for free.
Free admission to the Constitution Center. I think it opens around 9:30 until 5 or so, and that's been a hallmark of Wawa Welcome America, with free museum access throughout. On different days and different museums. So tomorrow's National Constitution Center. If you haven't been there, if you have, it's worth going back. It's usually their busiest day of the year, but it's worth the wait. It's worth going through.
It's such a cool thing to see. All the people showing up. They're going to have a good time. They're going to get fed. What's going on is cool along that area. It's so historic. It's just awesome.
Yeah. It's good just to spread a little positivity, a little fun, a little kindness. We don't take ourselves too seriously. This is about hoagies, fun, celebrating men and women who have served us. It'll be a good day.
Awesome.
Yep. The weather's looking like it's going to hold out nicely because we've had funky weather the past couple days. So we will be there noon till 2 for that event. But yeah, there's stuff that goes on for the next 16 days. Or something.
Yeah. So we started on June 19th, and it goes for 16 days. I think it culminates on July 4th. So we have a big concert on the Parkway, Demi Lovato, Ludacris, free fireworks, awesome fireworks show after that. So, the city and Welcome America have done a great job just pulling together events that bring people together, and it's fun. And it's all free. That's what we really like.
It's pretty amazing.
It's all free.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you, Chris. It's always great to see you. We will see you tomorrow at the event. Yeah. Chris Gheysens, Wawa CEO. And tomorrow you can come and eat like nobody's business.
Yes.
And there's a cool program and live music and all kinds of cool stuff that's taking place. So, oh my gosh.
What?
Oh, yeah, we're going to give a piece of cake to Chris Gheysens.
Yeah, what's the occasion?
We have some ice cream cake. It's Wawa Hoagie Fest. So we brought
in the car on the way home.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in a second. Let's give away a $25 gift card to Wawa. Right? It's a good time to do that. We'll take caller number 15 at 215-263 WMMR. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Who's playing where? When? Answer your Philly concert.
$298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it. Yeah.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it, all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
that's
clappers,
my
man.
gig.
Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
It
you,
has to be.
that people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me, and it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums. And we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously it's a audio experience, but to try to get that translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So so I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild.
We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
Like a drum circle, we'll get a paint circle or an art circle or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You have to love it. And you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want,
all right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or are they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that, and people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And yeah, I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, you know, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So.
Yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
like the gimp? Did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
Hey, you guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say the side of Dashiell. Hey! What's up,
dude? We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn? Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm in the Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are you?
I'm just coming in. Actually, I'm doing. There's a thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. Listen, he was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage them.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he riding his bike, and but my middle one, my 12-year-old plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Email that I want to read real quick. It says it's a shart out. It says the Appalachian Trail sucks shart.
That's really not short. I mean, we
I
can.
don't know. It's just what it says in the subject line. But I had we had talked about this yesterday about the stretch in through Pennsylvania is considered the worst
uniformly
of the trail.
Yeah.
And this email says, "Hi, my name is Sharky. I work as a medical equipment tech in the Poconos, which means I deliver medical things people use in home." And I can attest to the PA portion of the trail tearing people up because we are in what I call idiot season. And I have patients who get hurt on the trail and now need crutches, wheelchairs, and things of that nature. At least once a year, someone has to rent a hotel or an Airbnb for an extended stay for rehab.
Wow.
So they get a hospital bed and all delivered to their impromptu vacation home. So can I get a shout out for us techs all over eastern Pennsylvania and the patient that now have a Nick-type story? So here's a shout to them.
Well, that's sage advice. Just we were talking about. You talked about those two hikers, or the couple of hikers who died, from the heat.
Yeah.
It is a wonderful thing to do. It's just great to be out in nature, but you get up to speed on certain things before you go out. Just don't think, well, I can do this because I walk around outside. I know what I'm doing.
Right.
There's a little bit more to it.
By the way, he writes, P.S. The Froggy Connoisseur song is better at 1.5. I don't know what that means.
That means he listens to the podcast at a sped up rate. So you can actually, that's funny that listener emailed that, because yesterday we got an email from a listener who was listening to the show live, normally listens via the podcast, and that listener yesterday, the text said, "It's funny to hear you guys in real time because they are used to listening to us at 1.5 speed because they can get to the end of the show a little more quickly. It's a long show, and so if they want to listen to the entire show, they listen at us sped up a little bit."
Interesting.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
What's the audio of you to 97, to 97, to 97?
No, tonight, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Here, wait, right there, guys.
Sped up.
Tonight is 7 o'clock. Tonight is 7 o'clock. It sounds a little
sped up, right?
Tonight is 7 o'clock. 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 Tonight is 7 o'clock.
I didn't know you.
I was trying to do that.
Okay.
Tonight is 7 o'clock. No.
You ruined it.
You ruined it. Although I want to kiss you. You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss
You
you.
want to kiss me?
When? When do they kiss,
I couldn't
Case?
stop thinking about that yesterday. I don't know when.
Tonight is 7 o'clock. Tonight.
Oh, tonight is 7 o'clock. Tonight is 7 o'clock. Tonight is 7 o'clock.
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
Tonight is 7 o'clock. Tonight is 7 o'clock.
All right.
Don't tell us we're not artists.
We'll save it for tonight at 7 o'clock. All right. We have a little bit of time to chat about something. I wanted to bring this up because I was listening to the audio book of our buddy Tom Papa.
Tom Papa.
He's got a new book out. I actually have the physical book. Way back here. Yeah, it's called We're All in This Together.
Yeah.
So make some room. And there's something that he brought up and there's a lot of things that he brought up that I'm identifying with. He and I are about the same age, but there was one thing that I thought was kind of interesting. I wanted to see if you guys and gals, anybody, had this scenario. He's talking about the fact that their house had a crawl space underneath the home, and his dad would store things in there.
Right.
And eventually it got to the point, and this is him, I don't know how old he was, maybe he was, 11, 12, something like that. When his dad would need to get something out of the crawl space, he would send him down in there to go get it.
Crawl space traditionally under the house, yes?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so he would send him down there to go get it. And he said that he would have to go in and retrieve something, bring it back. And then one time he was looking for something, and he realized that there was a space way in the back that apparently his dad never got to, and it was unused, and it was room back there.
Huh.
And he's like, oh, I now have a hideout.
Right, yeah.
And so he started and he's like, and a hideout is a great place that you can, keep your dirty magazines there, or you can go hang out and be alone, or, something like that. And I realized that I had a hideout. My best friend Steve had a hideout.
Really?
Inside the house.
We had a joint hideout with our neighbors.
Okay.
I don't know if I think I've mentioned this story on air before. the Camises, the father, George Camis, was an artist, and he had a whole bunch of books. They were Greek, and so they had books that were nudes that he would draw for different things, and it was a series of books called Nus.
Oh, I remember you telling us about Nus.
Right?
Yeah,
Nus, and it was like, what is this here? Naked women.
Yeah.
And so in the garage above where they'd hung stuff. They put like planks up, and so they would, drill hooks in it, and so they'd suspend things. But above that was an empty area. So that resting on the beams in the garage.
On top of the planks?
On top of the planks.
Sure, yeah.
So basically a sort of half-assed kind of attic situation.
Yep.
That became the Nus Hut.
The Nus Hut.
Where we would go up and look at these books, and it was like Fight Club. You dare not speak of Nus Hut out of the collective, because it could be, if anyone were to discover it, it was over, and then no more Greek models from the 40s.
Right.
When my parents bought the house that I grew up in Paoli, the basement was unfinished, and at some point, probably when I was in middle school, they decided to finish the basement. And when they finished the basement, they put in like a Harry Potter style room underneath the stairs. It wasn't a room.
Right.
It was just an extended closet or whatever. However, they carpeted it, and so you could go into that closet and then draw the door shut behind you, and there were like you could work your way all the way underneath the bottom of the stairs and have a tight little space to yourself.
It's the best.
It is. And if you needed a little privacy or a Nus Hut,
Yeah.
that would be it. But you could go in there and nobody would know that you were in there at all in the rest of the house. Like, it was great for hide and seek.
Yeah.
But it was also good if you just needed to get the hell away
Just
from
get
it.
away.
Yeah.
Our crawl space was upstairs. So it was like in the closets of the bedrooms. And so there was a little door and you could go in. It was basically just unfinished space is what it was.
A lot of times this is exactly what like Preston was talking about. That it's an unfinished area.
But we used it. My brothers may have used it to hide, but I used it for like storage, like all my, my pictures, my notes, anything I wanted to hide.
Leave it to you to use storage space to store things.
Yeah. So that was similar to my buddy Steve. So in his bedroom, there was a hole in the wall.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was my room.
And it led to an area that was not completed, and it was usually there's like a slanted roof, that cuts it off. There's no room for you to really stand.
Are you talking a whole hole, or you're talking like a finished opening?
Yeah, like a square cutout,
Yes,
and they would just slide some wood paneling over
That's
it.
exactly what happened. You couldn't you couldn't walk in there. You had to crouch down and crawl in.
So that was Steve's, and that became the bong room.
I mean, how big of an area was it? Like, if you obviously you couldn't stand in there.
Yeah.
You would have to sit.
Yeah, you could do squat crawl. You know what I mean? Or,
big enough for a bong.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you would stash the bong in there, and you could squeeze a couple people in there if you needed to. And then in my hideout was, Steve, like your Nus Hut, only it wasn't. It was an actual attic, but it was in our garage.
Okay, yeah.
So you could easily. There wasn't like a drop down ladder or anything like that, and we found a way to easily scale up. I don't know, the shelving on the wall or something like that, and then pull ourselves up and get in there.
When there's no obvious way in, that protects you.
And of course, there were planks up there that were across the beams, because obviously you can't step between the beams, or you're on sheetrock and your foot goes through the ceiling. But we would just go and hang out up there, and I think there's some weed smoking that took place up in there as well.
Could you go up there in the summertime?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our attic in our house, you could never go up in the summertime. The same thing with the space above the garage. But like the rest of the year, it was doable. But yeah, in the summertime, it was so stuffy.
Did you guys ever have someone in their home, or maybe in your home, that had one of those industrial fans that would go directly into the attic?
Yeah, we had to install it every summer.
The vents would open up.
We talked about.
Yeah.
There was a company that actually makes. We talked about big ass fans. I think is the name of it. And a lot of those fans, the smaller ones, are for that. And I wondered. I never was in a house that had that, but I knew of houses that does it work?
I don't know, but I did have a friend who had that, and believe it or not, that thing kind of scared me a little bit.
Yeah.
It was so loud?
It was big, and there was, we're looking at the giant, that's big ass fan. This is a giant ceiling fan, but no, it was actually a vent, these vents that would open up, and then it would turn on. I don't know. I thought I was going to get like sucked into it or something. I'm not really sure.
That was 10 seconds to launch.
Press, I have a picture of me in front of your house. Where in front of this
you're
house?
looking right at it.
That's where the...
It was right in here.
Okay.
See those vents? Casey's got a picture of my
Can I
house.
see?
When he was, so this is our house. This is the garage. And if I zoom in, hang on a second here. That was the hideaway up in there.
Can you guys see that?
Where those vents are.
I'm going to send that to Marissa to post.
Okay.
If
That's
she
where my
wants to.
hideaway was. That was the official.
Yeah, that was a chore.
That was my Nuss hut.
For me and my brothers every spring, Preston, because we would have to, my dad would take it out in the wintertime because it basically would just allow too much cold air to come in the wintertime.
You boys get up there and start pleasuring yourselves.
Oh, my God.
No. Putting in the fan.
Oh.
You freak. But it was heavy and awkward, and we would have to literally like drill the screws in to the side in order to hold it every summer. But Steve, to your question, yeah, it definitely cooled the house down because it would take not all of, but it'd take a lot of the hot air that was in the attic and then whoosh it outside.
You know how, so we've got the 3 stories and the basement. Well, yeah.
And how old's your house?
1880.
Yeah, so our house was built in the 1890s.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and Nick, that 3rd floor, we don't have an attic, but that 3rd floor gets insane.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I was wondering, would something like that run that way? Do you have to close all the other windows in the house?
Look, it's not like air conditioning, right?
Okay.
But it cools the house down some, and it gets some of the hot air out of the house, and hot air rises, so it helps to evacuate that.
But this got me thinking. One of the reasons I brought it up, and if you want to share your story of your hideout, if you had one as a kid, 215-263-WMMR, especially in the house, was I don't think my kids ever had one of those. I don't think they ever, and in our houses, because we've owned 2 houses in our time, I don't think they ever had a little, and the point that Tom Papa was making is when you're small, you have access to areas that big people don't.
Right.
That adults don't. And
Are you
can,
sure?
You can crawl into spaces.
Because Parker loves to kind of park himself on the floor in
That's
like
true.
little corners. I bet you he found a spot.
I'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about the...
Well, also, houses...
You go explore. You would,
Yes.
I would explore in the house. The notion of our attic fascinated me.
Yeah.
Like a hidden room.
Yes.
To this day, I always flirt with the notion of having a hidden... My closet, Nick, you're talking about the Harry Potter closet under the stairs. You could put in a chair or 2. You could put in a cot. It's that big.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it'd be kind of cool to have that as a room.
But you know what? Newer houses aren't built that way. And,
I know.
it's most of that came from like additions and alterations and,
True.
changing of rooms
True.
and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
there's probably, if you live in a newer house, which you do, there might not be little hidden places.
You're right. There's loads of houses that I see that have additions on them, and I'll bet you those have little spots.
Yeah.
Like Chuck's at the Shore
Yeah,
House.
that weirdo room.
It's like the Winchester house.
Yeah.
There are doors in places there are not
Really?
supposed to be doors. Yes.
Is it like a red rum?
There's like one up high that's a small door.
Door?
That no
To
human
nothing?
being could get into.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Shore construction is weird, man.
There's also
in
a
houses.
window that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like people trying to modernize their older
Right,
homes.
right.
And so they, you never know what previous owners did. They may have started something and then never finished
What's
it.
with this window on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you never know. You might see something like that. But I thought it was exciting to have a little kind of hideaway joint, little place that was kind of your makeshift own place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It was sanctuary. But I again, probably with the new construction, you're right. It's just not something that you see that much.
Well, you know what? Our crawl space, I know that there was stuff left there when my parents moved. I wonder what people found in there, or if there's still stuff up
Probably
there.
old Greek porn magazines.
No, but pictures or who knows?
We didn't have anything in my house that we would go to on the reg, but everybody's yard was essentially my yard. And my one neighbor in particular, they had a front porch, a back porch, and then and I talked about this on the show before, but on the back porch, they had another little offshoot area that there was like a hole in the wall. So we had 3 different hiding spots or clubhouses, so to speak, just in this one person's yard.
Okay.
In particular. And the one, I mean, when you're hiding on your, and it was basically a hiding spot, but then it turned into a hangout. We would grab old carpets and laid those down, so we didn't have to
Your little clubhouse.
Yeah, so we didn't have to lay on the dirt floor anymore.
Here's a text that says, Gadzooks, guys, love you. I worked in construction building newer houses, and there is a staggering amount of wasted space.
Oh, you know what always pisses me off about new construction?
but not like there's not little nooks you can go to.
Well, you know what's weird though? Like a lot of times in new construction, or I don't know if a lot, often in new construction, you'll see like a third floor put on a house and there's nothing there.
I have it.
There's windows up there?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
Wait a second.
Like fake dormers?
Yeah. But I mean, it could, like, if I ever finished up like my attic basically and added stairs to go up there, I mean, it would add such a large space to
Can
the
you
home.
stand up in your attic?
Oh my God, yeah, it's huge.
Then do it.
Right now, is it wasted space?
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, I could get up there if I wanted to, but my storage is in the basement. There's room in the basement, so there's like no need for it.
That's your sheet den.
No, I told you guys this before. My dad says that he's going to finish it, put stairs up there, and he wants to live up there, and he wants people to drive by and see him rocking in a rocking chair with his face by the window and say, I wonder who that man is that lives in their house upstairs.
Oh my God.
I banged Janis Joplin.
That's what he wants.
Yeah, we've got a big attic area though, but it's completely unfair. It's just exposed insulation and stuff like that. But it's
that's good on a hot day.
Yeah, you can get up there. Yeah, it's nasty.
Insulation's wonderful on a hot day.
But Rochelle had always talked about, we could build an addition.
Let her build it. Watch a YouTube video.
A spiral staircase going up in there.
I would have to take away like my high ceiling in the staircase though to get to it.
Let me go to Carol. Hi, Carol. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up, Carol?
So, house is 1846, 3 floors, which, third floor's finished. If you go in the one bedroom in the third floor, there's a bookcase that's built into the wall that pulls out.
Oh, that's awesome.
That accesses the attic, which the previous owner's kids had their grow lights in there.
Oh, they have their grow lights in there?
So it's a good sized space. And then in my first floor, there's a secret trap door in my pub that with steps down to the basement.
I've loved that stuff so much. And so this was the house you said you lived in or live in now?
No, I live in now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that. There is. Go ahead, Russ.
When they showed you the house, when you were looking at that, Carol, was the bookcase one of the things that they kind of said, ooh, and take a look at this?
No, we didn't. My kids found it.
What? No
They may not have even known.
Total secret passageway that you did not know about.
Had no idea, and had no idea about the, when we're down in the basement. I'm like, well, where are those steps to? And then
You know what I'm going to do? Carol, I'm going to install a bookcase at home and then pull it off and see if there's anything behind it.
There you go.
Yeah.
But imagine Carol goes through it, and then you end up in the conservatory.
Right, yeah.
And there's a rope
the
and
skeleton
Dr.
sitting.
Mustard, Colonel Mustard there. Wow, that's so cool, Carol.
I love
Thank
that.
you.
Yep, bye.
All right, see you later.
My neighbors had a house in Manayunk and it had one of those classic, I think it was the servants' stairs or whatever.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So in the kitchen, there was a door to a staircase
Yeah.
that went up on the back of the house. You know what I'm talking about?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Do you remember at Y100 in media?
Right.
We had that bizarre back staircase.
It was wild.
That really didn't have much of a purpose at all. Do you remember that, Casey?
That was a wild building because that had been a bunch of different things. So at Y100 Media, if you went down to the basement, there was a bar. It was at one time a bartending school.
Yeah.
It was a huge space down there.
But there was this weird back door that went to a staircase in the back hallway, and I don't even know where
it went.
Where it went to inside upstairs. It was really weird.
On the other side of the Jocks Lounge.
Okay.
You had to go through the Jocks Lounge to get to that back staircase that led you essentially down to Lynn's office.
Okay. But there was no purpose to really go out back ever.
Why would you need that?
It was really weird.
I've shared this with you guys before, but I was surprised to see the number of listeners that responded to it. I have dreams all the time, a recurring dream of the wings of my house that I've never explored.
Me too.
Wings of the house that don't exist.
Really?
And I have it in the house that I live in now, and I have it in the house that I lived in when I was in Phoenixville. And I wake up, or during the dream at some point, I'm really disappointed. I'm like, how did I not know this entire section of the house was here?
Years ago, I tweeted out, I said I was doing work on the house, and I opened up a hole in the wall, and then I looked through, and there was furniture and a TV, and then I remembered I live in a duplex.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oops. Hang on. Let me go to Lexi. Hi, Lexi. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. What's up, Lexi?
No, so two things. The first thing I wanted to say is the ceiling fan that you were talking about.
Okay.
The house that I grew up in had a whole house ceiling fan, and when you turned it on, it sucks the air out of the house so fast that like it would actually close like the laundry room garage door, so it formed like a suction. So it totally could suck you up. I feel like.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, and no, and the second thing, I didn't exactly have a Heidi house or room, but my senior year of high school, I had a friend that was moving, and his parents had bought a house, but they still hadn't sold the previous house, and it was completely vacant for showings and whatnot. And that was kind of our Heidi hole. It was like a group of a bunch of seniors from senior class.
A whole house? Yeah.
And we had a whole house.
How long did that last, Lexi?
That was probably just throughout the summer. I remember really going there in the summer and probably the first couple weeks of senior year.
All right, let me ask you: Did you keep it clean after you would go in there so people wouldn't know that you guys were going in?
Yeah, no, we kept it clean. No one, I don't think.
I bet you weren't playing Parcheesi.
No. But I can tell you, I'm sure until this conversation, a lot of parents probably don't realize where we were.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a Valhalla situation.
Oh, totally. When you're that age,
you get a house.
You just need a place.
Yeah.
You just need somewhere to go to do the things you want to do that you can't do anywhere else. That's the hardest part about being a teenager is finding a place to go do those things.
That's Jong's house when I was growing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude,
that's
not only
funny.
that, but like
That was Danny's house in my case.
I didn't even have a room that locked. Like that was the problem. Our bathroom didn't lock. Neither of our bathrooms locked. My bedroom didn't lock.
Did you share a bedroom with a sibling?
I did.
Okay.
I did. At one point, I shared it with both of my brothers.
Oh man.
And then eventually, they ended up redoing our attic, turned into a third floor.
Was that the room with the coffin?
That was on the third floor.
That was on the third floor,
that
okay.
room never turned into a room that anybody lived in. That was
the demon room.
That was a storage room and was always a storage room.
Don't go up there.
But no,
Never
we
go
were
up there.
we were on the second floor, and I think my sister's bedroom is the only room that had a lock on it. That was
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys were left to your own.
Mm-hmm.
I will go next to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Seriously.
That
I'm
would
not kidding.
be a waste of time.
I want to kiss you, War Child.
No.
I want to kiss
You want to kiss me?
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Kiss me, War Child. Seriously.
We're gonna get lost.
We're wasting time here.
Okay.
So.
All right.
That would be a waste of time.
All right, what's up,
For you
Chris?
to kiss me, War Child?
My best friend, when he bought his first house, it was, I think it was a foreclosure sale, heavy smoker, what have you, help him tear out the carpets, whatever.
All right.
Smoker moved to the basement, and we're tearing apart, old paneling or whatever. There's a bookcase. We didn't know there was a bookcase because it was behind the paneling. We pulled the bookcase out like, oh, this is fun. Okay, cool. We pull it out, and it was a secret room into, I kid you not, covered in tile. Every single square inch of it was covered in
The walls?
and there were there were drains in the center. There were no windows, and there was only one door to get in. And we were just staring at each other like, I'm pretty sure this dude was doing some things.
Oh, that's where you vivisect the body.
Yeah. That's why you have a drain in the floor.
But it was literally just it was a rancher that happened to have a in-law suite, or we assume it used to be an in-law suite. But
My wife and I like making skin suits. Do you have an industrial drain in the basement?
Exactly. There were no less than 4 separate drains in this room, and we were just like, okay, maybe we should just cover this up, fill it with concrete, never talk about it ever again.
Right. Well, people do a lot of times, like with the John Wayne Gacy house, they raise the whole thing and that's it.
Sure.
But listen, you didn't even flirt with the notion of converting that into some sort of other thing, despite the countless people who lost their lives in that room.
I mean, look, it wasn't my property. I had a couple ideas, but he didn't want to hear them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can't figure out why.
All right.
That's
thanks, man.
wild.
Appreciate it, Chris. Yeah, there's some. Look around. Look around the house. See if you can find a little spot.
The industry for hidden rooms, and that is actually taking off like crazy. I was reading an article recently that a lot of people are looking for, we're not talking safe rooms, just a hidden room.
Yeah. I have a place we could do it at our house. It's an under the stairs closet type of thing, and we could easily put a bookshelf instead of a door, and it'd be kind of neat. But I actively use it quite a bit for storage. But
Equalizer 2. He's got that cool.
Oh yeah, with the two-way mirror.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's kind of his safe room.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. Anyhow, well, thank you for your calls. I apologize to those who I didn't get a chance to go to on the line. We need to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and I've got more love from Wawa. We had CEO Chris Gheysens here just a little while ago, and Wawa Hoagie Fest is happening, and the Wawa Hoagie Day is tomorrow. Casey and I are hosting this. Independence Mall, the Constitution Center. And we'll take caller number 14, and we will give you a $25 Wawa gift card, 215-263-WMMR. They are making a 7-ton Wawa hoagie tomorrow, and you can partake upon it noon to 2, and the annual Hoagies for Heroes competition is happening between the local police, fire, and USO teams. We're going to take a break and be back in a moment. Stay with us. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, or do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints, in my wrist, and my elbow. It's not normal to do this, right? Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. I'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're going to put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're going to play next year, though. We decided to wait. You know, I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and be able to experience not only performing but going to the show. So it's so yeah. I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're going to wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow, you're very smart. Not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful.
Anyway. Yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just why keep doing the same thing over and over, or some people that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, you know, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because I mean you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really to me separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and Four of us get together, we make this thing that's special. And as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing. We've made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Millions!
Yeah. Wow.
You asked. No, come on. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of you. There's ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
oh yeah,
but it's it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the
Stillwater shirt.
Yes, he's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, you said Mike McCready?
Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name, Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star? What movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All
Love
right.
to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chad Smith.
WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. Casey told me on PrestonandSteve.com, if you click on PrestonandSteve.com, we now have the secret to growing your penis an extra 3 inches.
It's hidden there, though, somewhere.
Yeah, you got to surf around a little bit, and eventually
That's one you're going to want to lock up. It's going to get so enormous.
you'll find. So please go on there. No, actually, Marissa has to hit a certain amount of clicks per.
They put a lot of this
quarter or
stuff on
something
her.
like that.
So by the end of this week, she is so close to getting hitting her metrics,
right?
That I have zero problems being as overt as just saying go to PrestonandSteve.com. Click on several of the photo galleries. There is the 25 years of history, the blood drive, memorable moments. Click on those galleries.
Memorable moments from the 25 years is worth it alone.
Yes.
So go down and check all those.
Go to all of those and scroll. Click on those links and scroll to the bottom of the page so she can hit these metrics.
And if she hits that, the good part is they're going to add another $1 million to next month's because she hit this one.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do. It's the budget thing, as always. But yeah, just scroll to the bottom and then move on. Go on with your life.
Look for that penis thing.
We want Marissa to go into vacation with no stress.
Yeah.
Because we have vacation coming up. At the
No
end of the
sad
week.
bro.
So no sad bro. Please click on there for Marissa's sake, okay? All right, so our next guest is here to tell us about an event that's coming up this weekend. It is the Pet Adoption Mega Event at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Our friend Dave Magrogan is here. How you doing?
Wonderful. I miss you guys. It's
Nice
been a
to
long
see
time.
you. It has been a
Good to
while.
See you guys.
I'm surprised Casey didn't play some kind of a
I'm not going to
short
do it.
song.
You know
something
why?
like
Because
that.
I'm shrinking, and my daughter, I think, is taller than me now. So I need to shut it.
My son is so much taller than me.
It looks ridiculous. You sent us a picture of you guys, and I'm like, you got to effing be. It's like you, Preston, with your kids who shot the hell up.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
That is insane.
It's awesome. It's
Yeah.
enjoyable. Case, I appreciate you didn't play the short song.
Yeah.
I still have the boots you gave me years ago. Though. Puss in Boots.
Can I share that story? I don't remember what the movie was from.
It was Puss in Boots.
It was Puss in Boots. And as a promotional item, when movies come out, sometimes they'll send us little tchotchkes. And they had sent us these little child-sized boots that Puss would wear. And Casey, we had Dave in, and Casey goes, Dave, we appreciate your relationship with you for so many years. We got you a gift, and he gave me these little boots. It was one of my favorites.
It was great.
Of all time.
It like pops up on my Facebook memories every year, and I have to look at it.
I love it, man.
So I do.
All right, so about the event this weekend. This is huge. This is massive. You guys are trying to get a lot of
Gigantic event.
pets into people's homes.
Yes, thousands of pets. So I'm honored I get to serve on the board of the SPCA. I've been doing it about a decade now. And one of the greatest things is we've helped make Delaware a no-kill state. So we have so many facilities now that we can take in animals from across the country. But Delaware in particular is no-kill. And then Pennsylvania, we're just continuing to expand our reach, which is
getting
great.
there. It's a tough battle. But you've been working. Honestly, people don't sing your praises enough because you support Max Fund and everything else as well. Your involvement in these animal charities is awesome. This is the biggest event of this kind I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, so this will be at Oaks, and basically there'll be 1,000+ animals there looking for homes, and it's $35 adoption fees. Those fees include your spay, neuter, microchip, and current vaccinations. So it's 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Oaks, both Saturday and Sunday. It's a great event. It really is wonderful. It's amazing to see how many dogs find great homes. And really, one of the things that we spend a lot of time doing is helping animals when there's a weather tragedy and things like that. As we see the Atlantic hurricane season's kicking up, I guarantee you there'll be some animals that come our way from Florida or Texas or North Carolina this year.
Right.
So making some room really helps.
Absolutely. So, and who's the doggie with you here?
So this is Cookie. Cookie's about 2 months old. Beautiful.
Will Cookie be available for adoption?
Yes,
Yes,
Cookie
awesome.
will.
All
She
right,
will be
very nice.
available for adoption. so-
Cookie is very sweet. So if you're up for, and Cookie looks a little bit like the Oreo colors. So you got that going on. So excellent.
Very, very sweet. So
Only
the-
2 months old?
Yeah.
Wow. Do we know Cookie's story, or there are lots of stories? We have Sarah who's in here. What's Cookie's
Turn her mic
story?
up.
Sarah, it's on. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought
That's
it was
okay.
on. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Cookie, and she came in just for the mega adoption event. She's from one of our partners in North Carolina, so she's getting a second chance here up north, where there's many more adopters than there are in the South, and so she's just one of the 1,000+ puppies, kittens, dogs, cats that'll be available at our mega adoption event this weekend.
And the truth of the matter is that a lot of these dogs that are displaced from these other areas come in sort of already trained and acclimated to people, and it's always a nice thing. And you can come down and spend time and see who. A lot of times they say the animal, the cat will pick you. And it is true. When you get a good array of animals to choose from, it could be nice. But you save one life, you save two in the pet rescue realm, because you allow a space. You save that animal, and then another space opens up where that animal can be. Another animal can come in and be taken care of. So.
Yeah,
awesome.
We're really lucky. The director of Brandywine Valley SPCA has just done a tremendous job helping other shelters become more efficient, save more animals. So we can't save every animal, but like in Louisiana, we've dramatically increased how many live animals get released and how many get adopted. And so working together, we're getting there. But these big events really help. It's for a great cause. We have great supporters, and we really appreciate people showing up.
Reading here, you said $35 adoption fee. You do need to bring a leash and collar if you're going to be adopting a dog, but you can buy them there as well. And for cat adopters, this is cat carriers are being donated? That's pretty awesome.
That's excellent. Yeah. Terrific.
Love is our big sponsor, and Bob's from Skechers, and they make these $35 adoption fees possible, and also, the cat carriers, if necessary. And, to your point of helping shelters around the area, we're also partnering with shelters right here in our area. In fact, Act Philly is going to be there with pets. And some other local shelters, the Humane Society of Berks County. So it's not just around the country, it's also local shelters taking part in this too, which is so great.
No, it's terrific.
All right, and I read this little tidbit too, that you guys will actually have fast passes for people if they want to get in and meet the pets. There's early access, and that's a $50 fee for that, in case you're very specific about the exact type of animal you want to get before they're all...
So I adopted my two dogs from the Brandywine Valley SPCA, and I was an early board member at the time. And my wife, Melissa, and I, she was my girlfriend at the time, we were out the night before. We went and had breakfast the next day. I think we were still feeling some of it. But before breakfast, I was like, we should really start to go adopt a dog. So we had our own fast pass, because I called the director and said, do you mind if we get in before the shelter opens? And we saw these two little dogs, a Min Pin and a Dachshund, and you had to adopt them together. And we went in to get one. But the Min Pin jumped up for me. The Dachshund looked at her, and she's from a Dachshund family. So my wife's always been a Dachshund person. And then we go out to breakfast to think about it. We pull back up to the shelter. There's like 50 cars, and we're thinking, oh, my God, our dogs are going to get adopted away. So that fast pass is for that. If you really, really know you want to come home with an animal and it's really what your family's ready for, it does work. I'll never forget, we were scared to death we were going to lose our dogs. And they were senior dogs. We had them for 7 or 8 years. A bonded pair. It was amazing for our family.
Well, you can go to megaadopt.com, and that's where the information is?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's coming up this Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Megaadopt.com. It's the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks, where we just had our blood drive.
Yes. Huge hit.
It's a great place. Excellent. Well, good luck, man.
Thank you, guys.
It's great to see you, Dave.
Really good to see you guys.
Appreciate it. Dave Magrogan and Sarah. And I'm sure we'll post that information up on Preston.
And you can click on that.
For all. You can click
Get a
on
click.
Yes,
Yeah.
go click.
Yes.
Click
Click
away.
and click.
Click.
I mean, honestly, and all jokes aside, the community page on PrestonandSteve.com and WMMR.com and the contest page, because we have really cool stuff to give away this week. And if you're looking for events like the Mega Adoption, it's always posted on the community page. So go there, click through those, and help Marissa get to her goal.
Excellent. You know what? We didn't discuss what we were going to talk about. I do have, and we haven't done this in a little while, the Survey Says segment, if you want.
Yes.
That sound good? Because I got some interesting things here I think we can pass along. So sorry to pull that out without your knowledge, but let me dive into a couple
I
of
like
these
the
things.
Survey Says.
But I need Casey's working on getting.
Are these like the dumb survey stuff?
This is the hard,
yeah.
They
Okay.
send stuff like this all the time.
Right.
There are, believe it or not, just by, they say when you buy a house, whether you know it or not, there's a tomato garden and a potato garden. in the
Right.
back. So there are these prep services that just start coming when you have a morning show.
Yes.
And so many times, talk about your favorite food.
Yeah.
It's stuff literally like that. So these surveys are in that vein, that dumb.
Yep. So let's do it. Survey Says. And we'll start with this one, Steve, and it does speak to you.
All right.
Okay.
I'm dumb.
In a survey of over 31,000 people, when it comes to cookies.
Okay.
All right.
You're going to go through.
When it comes to cookies, I have the most populars here.
So they went with the most popular and the least popular.
And the least popular.
They didn't do now. A creative service would have gone with the moderately popular.
Right.
Right.
So
which people are attracted to what, or they break it down a little bit further. May I guess?
Homemade cookies are like store bought, like prepackaged.
That's another survey.
Yeah.
These are just cookies in general.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to guess?
I'll tell you mine. You know mine. Chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The OG.
What do you guys think would be number one?
Chocolate chip cookie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if I'm going to say something different just to say something different, sure.
I got you. By far, it's chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah!
57%.
Steve, did you have a Wawa one?
It's targeted. So I do the intermittent fasting now. So once noon hits, step away because it's going to look like a shark feeding frenzy.
Should set them aside now.
So in second place,
I got to go, Preston.
In second place, and I'm shocked by this.
Shocked?
Can I guess?
Yeah. Yeah.
Turd.
No.
No? Oh.
That I would be very
Oatmeal?
shocked by. Oatmeal is correct. Yeah, 17%.
You know what?
Second to chocolate chips.
I vacillate on oatmeal. A fresh oatmeal cookie can be excellent.
I love it.
And yet I've spoken out against oatmeal chocolate chip, which I don't put in the chocolate chip category.
Yeah.
But they can be good as well.
The only time I do not like an oatmeal raisin cookie is
when it's made love to your wife.
No. Okay, so there's two times where I don't like oatmeal raisin cookies. One, when it makes love to my wife. Secondly, is when I'm biting into a chocolate chip cookie.
Yes. Yeah. That is a disappointing one. Yes.
Now you guys know that I prefer when it comes to chocolate chip cookies, I kind of like the crunchy. I know you guys. Stop it. No, don't judge.
You're wrong. Your opinion is wrong.
But
your subjective opinion is ridiculous.
When it comes to oatmeal cookies, those need to be soft.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, I would not like a crunchy oatmeal cookie.
I tell you, I can. My preference on a chocolate chip cookie is for it to be moist. However, I'm absolutely fine with Chips Ahoy or if it's a fresh cookie.
One that's been made at home and has been cooked a little bit long and is a little crunchy.
I kind of like
that's
that
the way
too.
I like it.
With a big, tall glass of bull semen.
Wait, what? No, I'm out on that.
I love oatmeal. I eat it every day. It should not be put in a cookie.
You know it has been.
Shut your hole.
Yeah.
And no
one told Kathy about oatmeal cookies.
And
Wait a minute.
raisins? What?
Yeah. What? You don't put oatmeal. You don't put raisins in oatmeal.
In a cookie?
No, regular oatmeal.
No, I do not. No.
What about raisins?
No.
Here's what I do.
Maybe.
What about oatmeal and blueberries?
Oh yeah, that's what I eat every day.
By the way, the golden raisins are fantastic.
Oh, those golden raisins.
Yes.
Actually, I take that back, Preston. If I get the oatmeal from a store that I love, they do put raisins.
Do you know what Kathy's really saying right there? I love Preston so much, and I've got to tell him.
No. I just don't know. I'm not judging you because you like an oatmeal raisin cookie. To me, I could always pass that up.
You don't like the mushy is what you do. You're not a fan of mushy.
No, of course.
You are texture-wise.
No. Not in a cookie, Steve. I like. I like a soft cookie. Yes.
I spoke out of turn. Sorry about that.
A close second for me, by the way, is a soft cookie with toffee. Like a butter toffee?
Toffee can be good. So the third cookie, I would think, in the classic cookie realm would be like a sugar cookie.
You know what?
Not a chocolate?
Third. Okay, so third is peanut butter cookies.
Peanut butter cookies?
The least popular cookies on the list, okay, and there's two of them. 8% chose snickerdoodles.
I do like a snickerdoodle.
I like them too. And then Steve... Coming in last place, sugar cookies.
What?
I am shocked.
What?
I love sugar cookies.
What? You know what?
I love sugar cookies and also love shortbread cookies.
Shortbread, we talked about
yes.
them. What is it like in the tin with Dutch artwork on it?
Yep.
And there's like 70 little separate.
Yeah.
Some of them are
containers.
swirly. Some of them have like really big sugar crystals on them.
I love them.
I do too.
Woo. What?
All right. I see toffee cookies. I'm going to go to Katie on the phone. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We want to hear what you have to say, Katie.
Well, you guys can't talk about cookies without talking about my toffee chocolate chip cookies that you guys had at camp out that I brought
remember.
to you.
I remember.
You made them this year for us, yes?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, they're excellent. Again, it's hard to F up a classic cookie, but yeah, no, we appreciate that. The toffee thing. Are you guys fans of toffee?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I won't buy it. Won't be first on the list, but if it shows up, in my mouth right now, I'm happy.
So be happy to know I will be coming to camp out again this year, and I'll be bringing more coffee.
All right,
You're beautiful.
And I will give
Katie.
you a book about Isaac Nougat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, and Katie, what you need to do is provide us with pictures of your kitchen so Kathy can also enjoy your cookies, because she will not eat homemade stuff unless she knows what your kitchen looks like.
I always say, what is their kitchen? We don't know what their kitchen looks like.
Yep, she's not having it.
Meaning if it's clean
I
or
made
not.
this in my own kitchen, Kathy. I think you like it.
All right, survey says. Let's go back to something else. All right, so a new survey. You said these are stupid, right, Steve?
We're going to go with balls.
A new survey ranks the top 10 most attractive birds in the world.
The top 10 most attractive birds. This is the kind of prep crap you get. All right, can I guess?
I'm going to judge this.
All right, hang
You
on.
want to get to make the first guess?
No, I don't know a guess. I think they're all dumb. I'm just going to judge if they're good looking or not.
Classic birds?
Number one most attractive? It's obvious.
What?
The peacock.
The peacock. Okay.
You could be right.
Casey, you're writing down all
I'm
yours?
writing down my top 5, I think.
Okay.
Top
yeah, we
five
only need to
birds.
go through
Top
5.
5, not top 5 birds, but the hottest
Most
birds out
attractive.
there.
Hottest birds.
Sexiest birds.
Hottest birds.
I'll just roll through the list
All right.
here. Okay, so number 1 with an attractive score of 8.21 overall out of 10 is the black-backed dwarf kingfisher.
That's dumb.
What?
Yeah, they're pretty. I know what that looks
You don't
like.
even know what that looks like.
Yeah,
guys.
exactly, but it's not on my top 5. So.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
What
that's
is,
number
what is the
one?
name of it again?
Black-backed
Yeah.
kingfisher.
It shows up like a nature special, Steve, so I'm sure you would
Oh.
recognize it.
It
like
is really pretty.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
kinda
it is
call
actually
them-
pretty.
Steve, I think on like Planet Earth, maybe they had a little section where they talked about.
We're
the,
on Earth.
Even you
Yeah.
would like this bird.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's pretty.
Yeah,
It's
it's
got
You got to admit that color scheme is pretty wild.
Yeah.
purples and pinks.
Looks
and
like a package of
yellows
Starbirds.
and orange. It does.
It's like nature's
actually.
candy. I would love to eat this little bird.
Yeah.
Kingfishers
Rip his
have
head
weird
off.
heads, though.
Yeah.
Like the head proportion size to the rest of the body. Like, and I know of what I speak.
I guess we're not attractive in Nick's realm.
No, I got a big head too, Kingfisher.
It's is that number 1 or is that just on the list?
That's number 1.
Number
Yeah, out of a
one.
score of 8.12 out of 10.
That's the Russian judges are being hard on that one.
Next is with an 8.1. Actually, that had an 8.1.
This is an arcane grading
Damn it.
system.
8.21. An 8.17 out of 10 is the yellow-throated toucan.
A beautiful bird.
Yep. They
I have one in my car right now.
They have a very
I cracked the window.
large beak on them.
Oh yeah, I saw one of those in Costa Rica.
Yep.
Yeah, that's neat.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's up, toucan?
But there's better looking toucans than that one.
Are there?
Yeah.
Well,
like
the
the-
ones
like-
that work as models.
Well, Toucan Sam, whatever that one is based off
I follow
of.
my nose.
Okay. Then we have, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go through this, the name of this one. This is an 8.15 rating out of 10. The lesser violetier is what they rank as that, the third one. So lesser, L-E-S-S-E-R, and then V-I-O-L-E, tier, T-E-A-R.
This is a pretty, though. It has a nutsackian look to it.
Yeah, a little shriveledish.
It has the colors of a peacock.
Oh, it's a hummingbird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Then we have the violet-caped wood nymph.
Okay, I ain't never heard of none of these birds.
Earned an 8.11 score to put itself in 4th place.
It sleeps with the judges.
No, this one's ugly.
Is it?
Yeah.
This little tiny sucker you don't like?
The
Yeah.
violet-caped wood nymph?
Would you kill one with a hammer?
It's also a hummingbird.
Okay.
And hummingbirds are really delivering big, this list.
And then number 10 is the rainbow bee-eater.
A rainbow, does it in fact eat bees? Do we know, Preston?
I would assume that it would.
Right.
It came in 5th place with a score of 8.1.
It's another pretty bird.
As the
Pretty
most
bird.
Attractive. Pretty bird.
Pretty bird.
Pretty bird.
Pretty bird.
The first one was the really only really pretty bird.
So Casey's top 5. You want these?
Yeah.
Bald eagle.
You're damn straight. I think it's hot.
Blue jay.
Oh.
A parrot. Cockatiel.
Yeah.
And a lovebird.
Yeah, I don't know lovebirds if I prefer the blue ones or the green ones, but they
What about
are
the white
pretty.
ones? Aren't there white lovebirds?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these birds that you're going through, those are like from actual birders who know things about birds.
Yeah, you're talking about a regular pedestrian bird
Yeah,
aficionado.
yeah.
I would say the funny thing about lovebirds, from what I understand, is that you get the wrong pairing and they will maul each other to death.
They kill each other?
That's my understanding. That could be completely inaccurate.
I
but
had
I've heard it.
heard that if you get one lovebird, it'll love you. But if you get two lovebirds,
You got a threesome.
No, it will only love the other lovebird.
I thought that was the tale about kissing fish.
Like those.
They would kill each other. I don't know, I may be
possibly.
wrong. I may be totally wrong.
The cockatiel is the bird that watches the other two have sex.
Dude. The cockatiel?
Yeah, I'm liking this. Oh, I'm liking that. Use your fingers. You don't have fingers? I don't know. Oh,
Use your
yeah.
talons.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Give me more of that. More saliva. Spit string.
Oh, my God.
But a bald eagle is just
spit seeds all over it.
I don't think a bald eagle is hot. I think a bald eagle is
Right.
majestic. I don't
and
think of it as a pretty bird.
Well,
pretty bird. Yeah.
Well, the reason being, and I know what you're talking about, Nick, is because raptors, they have kind of an evil look about them in their eyes. They have the eyes that are very big and wide.
Of
and
the tiger.
They want to kill something, which is what they do. I want to kill you. You want to kill me?
You want to kill me 1,000 times all the fishes in the sea?
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
So look at the brow on this eagle. It's majestic and it's powerful.
I just love it.
But as far as this is the how was this?
Prettiest. It was the prettiest, right?
10 most visually pleasing birds.
yeah. So not
Top 10 most
necessarily pretty.
attractive birds.
Yeah, this thing is hot.
I
Look
would
at him, man.
say this. Then I would agree with you, Casey. I would call the eagle attractive, and it's a majestic,
Yeah, I look up to
noble. Yes,
He's not sexy, though.
he's too sexy for his feathers.
I'm pretty. Yeah, no. So when I look at him, I kind of like he reminds
chub
me.
up.
He reminds me of Iceman from Top Gun. You know what I mean? Like
Steely eyes.
yeah, steely eyed, like no nonsense, like
No ability to act.
yeah, crew cut. You
Yeah.
know, like yeah,
I like it.
rigid, hot.
You can be his wingman anytime, Case.
You can be my wing eagle anytime.
All right.
Did you figure it out yet? Who's the hottest bird?
Moving on to the next survey. I figured it out.
Okay.
All right.
So far we know the best cookies and the hottest birds.
All right.
This is why these surveys are so good.
2,000 people were polled to tell us about vibes.
The instrument or just vibes in
not
general?
Not the instrument, vibes. And so 48% of 18 to 26-year-olds use the word to describe a place.
Yeah.
Like I get a good vibe from this place.
This place gives vibe.
Do you know how I hear it used more often? I'm vibing with this person.
Yes. That's vibing, but I don't know if it's the same as having vibes. It is, but you know what I mean.
I know.
47% of 27 to 42-year-olds use the word vibes, and 22% of baby boomers say vibes in this context as well. Now, what helps the vibe?
What helps improve the vibe of a are we talking about a place?
Yes, a place.
Okay. Yeah.
Good vibrations. Kathy, 33% said decorative plants.
Oh my God. I love it.
You knew your day would come.
Kathy brings in decorative plants.
I have decorative plants.
She has a little garden right in front of her right
I'm
now.
just vibing here, trying to vibe this place up.
32%
Do I sound cool?
You sound hip.
Oh yeah, I hang out with the kids at the mall shop.
32% said that wood elements
Oh, yes.
bring vibes.
Just
You
wood
can
in
make
general?
you can make your own. We could do a class and we can vibe.
So let me ask you, are you talking about what kind of wood elements? Just 2x4s or
I think,
just lumber?
Chips.
No, I think that decor, like wood decor.
Oh,
is
like a
very
dark
popular.
wood, like mahogany and stuff like that?
No, like decorative pieces.
Mulch.
Mulch.
No,
That's
no.
wood.
Like wood paneling?
Sawdust?
No, like a
Driftwood.
I know what you're saying.
like a decorative piece, whether it be a sign, a photo.
Wood sold here.
We had a friend who had in his office, in his room where he did his work, the lower half of it was this
Lasagna.
like mahogany. No, it wasn't lasagna. It was like mahogany paneling all the way around the base of the.
Oh, that's
the
nice.
bottom half of the. I always thought that looked really cool.
I always wanted a real like desk, and
very manly colors are like a dark wood and like a an emerald green.
Yeah.
I always thought that was vibes for me.
Right.
Like in the movie Kingsman. When he takes him into the fitting room,
right, yes.
it's
All
that
that.
green, wood and green. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's very cool.
That's a very manly vibe, very cool vibe. So the wood elements help out and bring that out. And
Very
then,
country club locker room vibey.
yes, very
Lots
much
of
so. A
exposed
lot of
genitals.
times you find that green and wood color in locker rooms, in golf locker rooms. All right, so Kathy, decorative plants, wood elements, and 53% said cleanliness.
Oh, well, yeah.
Bring the vibe.
I agree pretty much with all those.
Yeah.
Once the wood was explained to me, it's not just lumber. It makes sense now.
I love it. Where is this place?
At home, so Kathy, in here to vibe out our area, you brought in fake plants.
Right.
Do you have fake plants at home? Or are they
You know
all
what?
real?
So I was very against the faux greenery and flowers and all of that for a really long time.
How about now?
But now I have a few in there. Not too many because it still collects dust for me, and like I'll sneeze and I'll get sinus issues from it. So I don't. No, it's not everywhere, but I have a few now. But I also have real plants.
I think they look cool.
Yeah.
And I should probably spruce up our joint by bringing in by vibing it with like that.
How do you dress up the room where you go to smoke cigars?
Oh God, that's like a nightmare. If I had to walk into a place, a cigar bar, I don't know. I
Do
might.
you think you would
I
pass
might drop
out?
dead.
Yeah.
Might actually drop dead.
Yeah. I might.
You know, I felt bad for a guy because he was. I went out in the nice little town of Wayne the other night, and a guy was smoking a cigar outside, and he should have every right to do that. And it annoyed the crap out of me.
Where was he?
In Wayne, outside. We were outside at a restaurant, and we were like 3 tables over from this dude, and he'd been at a bar, and then he brought a cigar, and he was smoking a cigar outside, but it smelled so bad. But he just was trying to chill outside with a cigar, so I get where he's coming from.
Was it al fresco dining?
I mean, North Wayne Avenue by the train tracks or the train station. There's you can dine on the sidewalk there, and that's where we were.
Okay.
And he was 2 or 3 tables over, and it just we had to get up and leave.
Oh, you hated that? Okay. And you felt bad for him?
Because all he wanted to do was smoke his cigar outside. Okay. And I should be perfectly fine with that, but his cigar smoke was annoying to me.
No, listen, I love a cigar. I love a cigar and a glass of whiskey. Fantastic. Great combination. But cigar and food, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm surprised they would allow it in a place where you're dining.
Yeah, me too.
It was outdoor seating at a restaurant. And
that doesn't mix.
Yeah, but still, you wouldn't be able to light up a cigarette.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe
They let you fart.
And then we went across the street and we could still smell it.
Wow, that's potent.
Yeah.
You can smell it.
All right, survey says. Moving on to a new survey. What?
I have a survey.
Okay.
Kathy was talking to me about this over the weekend. What are the 3 worst? And there's only 3 here.
I don't know. I talked to you this weekend?
No.
No.
Get out. That's ridiculous.
Because I was out to dinner on Friday night, and mid-dinner I had to take a dump. And as I was doing that, I realized that like the 3 worst places that to have to take a dump. What is the worst?
Open casket.
Mid-meal. No. Only the 3 that I say,
Oh,
Steve.
okay.
Mid-meal at a restaurant, mid-shower, or mid-workout.
You're talking about when or where?
Just when. Like,
Mid-shower.
which scenario is the worst?
Yeah, mid-shower, because like you're already in the shower and you dedicated time to clean your butt. Now you got to go start
Don't you just
all
crap
over.
in the shower?
Yeah, no, I get out.
Don't you just hunch over?
It ruins the shower.
Don't you keep a bucket in the shower?
I can't believe you were the first to answer that.
Well, I was trying to help him.
He's writing a book.
Preston is contemplating.
I am.
Because I think showers actually of the 3 is the best because at least you can go in and clean yourself right afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to dry off
a little bit.
You got to get out. I'd have to dry almost completely off and then go sit on the toilet. There's no way I could slip around with a wet butt on the toilet. That would just be uncomfortable. And I don't like the idea of having to I don't care about, I can take a dump right after a shower and not have to go shower again. That doesn't bother me. But the whole having to dry off and then I haven't finished taking a shower yet and then go back in and shower again, that sucks. But mid-meal, that's a tough one.
Happens to me, I would say, quite often.
Because I get in a zone when eating a meal, and I want to, work my way through that plate, take my little journey, my little flavor journey, and have to
make
stop
some more
that
poop
for a little while, and then it's no guarantee that if you got to go to the bathroom that it's going to be a quick.
Yeah.
You could be in there for a few.
I'll
minutes,
tell you
and
what
then your meal cools off a little bit.
Yep.
I'm going to go meal.
Steve,
what's your list again?
Mid-meal, mid-workout, or mid-shower. Mid-meal out to dinner, not mid-meal at home.
Out to dinner at I'm fine with that. A mid-shower.
Mid-shower for you, Kathy.
Come on, this is the dumbest survey. I can't believe you let him take over.
It's not bad. I mean, it's a scenario we've been in before.
Like that, Preston. Aren't you the host?
Do your period list.
All right. Period. Mid-meal, mid-workout.
Doesn't happen.
Mid-sleep.
Like that.
Floral and Hardy.
She's not going to answer.
No, I'm not going to answer that ridiculous, stupid
All right.
question.
What's your answer?
It's a little mean. It's a little harsh.
I think the period thing really pushed her.
Yeah.
I think someone.
What do you mean?
Keep digging that hole.
I wondered why there was a chocolate fountain behind her.
I think I've mentioned chocolate like 5 times today. I'm like, well, does it have chocolate in it?
Yeah. What do we do? Forget it's a chocolate.
I'm going mid-workout because
of the sweat?
Because of the sweat.
I get you.
And at least with mid-meal, you are, quote-unquote, making room so you can have more when you come back. So it's like, I didn't have room for dessert, but now I do.
But what better way to feel the burn when you're defecating in your gym shorts?
The turds are coming straight out of your stomach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works, Preston.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
It's called the Express Pass.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we all have, I guess Nick and Steve have made it the majority. Do we want to ask Marissa? Or
Of course we do.
Marissa, do you want to jump in? If you had to, what would be the least inconvenient or least pleasurable dump? If you had to take a dump in the middle of a meal, in the middle of a workout, in the middle of a shower, what would you do?
I was like, if she answers that.
She's voting
No.
present.
We gave you an opportunity. Kathy and I had a poop conversation ready for you guys yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we did.
It's coming.
Oh, about the flies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they do have their own stuff.
We'll get that eventually. But
this was pressing.
So you don't want to partake. Marissa doesn't want to partake, so
No, because
stop
she's
going to the
smart.
website and stop clicking on our links. All right, we'll do one more thing here. All right, and then we'll wrap this. We have time for one more.
A little tiny one.
These are stupid surveys. Remind you.
Incredibly stupid that are sent to us with the laughable notion that we would do them on air. And what are we doing? We're doing them on air.
In a survey of 2,000 on-site employees, when it comes to coffee, 60% turn to coffee to improve their mood at work.
I don't.
No.
Yeah.
Starts my day.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I love it. I actually feel myself get a little happier when I take my
Maybe
first
you
sip.
should drink some coffee and then answer my question.
Coffee makes you poop.
45% say free beverages are a perk to work in the office.
So I'm drinking now black coffee in the morning up
And
till
you
about like
love
12:30. I effing hate it.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for years.
I effing hate it.
And
I've
you
been doing
guys
it for
hate it?
I've been doing it for
Unsweetened.
at least 15 years, maybe longer, and I still don't really like it.
I don't like it at all.
I just didn't want any more sugar because I have a really loaded, sugary coffee on my way into work in the morning.
So
that's
when
enough.
I'm leaving, I will do that. That's how I might treat myself after the run. But the black coffee, I've been trying. No, it has to be very hot. That's when I can kind of enjoy it. And then once it cools off, I'm just servicing the black coffee gods.
All right, and then the last portion of that survey is 64% drink iced coffee at work.
I drink iced coffee on the weekends.
What is your preference now between hot coffee and iced coffee? What is your preference? A lot of people have switched and drink all year round iced coffee.
Honestly, my preference now for taste and enjoying it is iced coffee, but I like stopping to get, for me, it's like a routine in the morning. So I stop and I get hot coffee on the way into work. And Steve, although Preston, I think you're Steve and you're Preston.
Yeah.
A few years ago, you did a survey.
We are wearing name tags.
Just look at their microphones.
I got lost in the middle of my head. Cold water in the morning can help you wake up too. And
in a shower?
No. Like drinking a lot of cold water just to start your day can actually wake you up just as much as coffee can.
Oh, that's right. I remember we did.
Okay, I drink lukewarm.
I haven't tried it, but
yeah, I drink lukewarm water all the time. I like room temperature water. I do drink a lot of water during the morning. But coffee, caffeine has no impact on me, waking me up. I could drink a full coffee right before going to bed. It wouldn't be any issue. It would be the sugar that would do that.
Who drinks more coffee, Bill Weston or Pierre Robert?
Oh, wait, I didn't realize Bill drank that much.
Bill drinks it and Bill
Is that
drinks
right?
it
Oh,
nonstop.
really?
Bill goes to the coffee machine quite a bit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No wonder why his hands are always flailing.
That's true.
I'm like a monkey.
That's the secret behind his constant gesticulations. Is all that coffee.
I actually walked in, saw Bill sitting on his desk, Preston, with two cymbals. Ching, 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 ching.
Hey, Bill, what are you
All right, Casey's telling me we got to wrap up.
Ching,
We're out of
ching,
time.
ching,
All
ching.
right, this has been Survey Says, so thank you very much. Where's my music? Thank you for joining us for the survey this morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Let's give away a $25 gift card with all this coffee talk from our friends at Wawa.
Yeah.
And we'll take caller number 18 at 215-263 WMMR. Don't forget Wawa Hoagie Day tomorrow at Independence Mall. In honor of the festivities, National Constitution Center is offering free admission for everyone from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. But we'll take that caller and we'll set you up with that $25 gift card. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR. Never pay MSRP.
The coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son Dashel was pretty awesome
His
too, man.
son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and then what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, a good morning to you, sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
so
there's a perfect example of that. And you make a good point. Last night, there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, oh, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was like he was on the side of the contestants and the show, like the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was like, how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants? My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is like a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have like a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, like, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what he's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other like little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Right. By the way, when the first time I did it, I just like, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
Yeah. As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So yeah.
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart.
Yeah.
But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this. And I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like I think if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this. Like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
I'm sorry. The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well, and that to me read. That even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though, and again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. It's like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after. True. That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories?
WMMR.
All right, we have more stories to share via the Bizarre File. We're going to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Purchasing a new cooling and heating system has never been easier with Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. With free estimates and next day installations, booking in seconds at horizonezbook.com. Well, this idiot, a tourist, has been caught on camera carving a message into the ancient walls of Rome's Colosseum using a set of keys.
You'd be surprised how often people deface that structure. They have security all over the place, but still people manage to do it.
In the footage posted on Reddit, the man wearing shorts and a T-shirt carrying a backpack can be seen using keys to write Haley into the walls of the 1,937-year-old building.
Come on.
As the other tourist,
Haley's a slut.
Using the camera, pans to the man. He looks into the camera and grins, but doesn't stop using his keys to carve what some users have said is his girlfriend's name. Users were quick to slam the man, calling him an a-hole, and asking people to send the video to police so he could be arrested. If caught, he could face up to a $20,000 fine.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's kind of old.
He also could face a year in behind bars as well. In 2014, a Russian tourist was caught carving a 25-centimeter K into the historic building. He was fined $20,000. The 42-year-old was on a vacation with his family when security guard caught him carving the tall letter into the brick with a sharp stone. But come on, man. Yeah. Here is a follow-up story. Yesterday, I had a ramp worker at the San Antonio International Airport who was ingested into a plane engine, died of suicide, authorities said yesterday.
What? Couldn't believe it when I saw this, yeah.
The airport employee died Friday night after getting caught in the engine of a Delta Airlines plane that arrived from Los Angeles and was taxiing to the gate. The medical examiner's office confirmed the cause of death by suicide, and an investigation into the incident by the National Travel Safety Board has been canceled in light of the medical examiner's findings.
Not to get too gruesome, but what is left when someone goes through a jet engine like that?
Very good question. I mean, I don't think it's fully like a
vaporized.
Well, I don't know if it acts completely like a food processor or something like that, but it's got to be pretty beat up.
You know, there was footage of a guy who survived it was on the deck of an aircraft. You remember this story?
Yep.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Counselors have been made available for airport employees following the death. The Columbus Parks Department confirmed a dead octopus was found hanging out of a toilet in a park bathroom.
Where was this park?
In Columbus.
Okay.
So the department director, Mark Jones, confirmed the animal was found in a bathroom at Mill Race Park on Thursday morning. Jones said it was dead when it was found.
So here's the question. Was it halfway through a work route, halfway through dinner?
Or was it showering? Pictures of the discovery have been making the rounds on social media and raising a lot of questions. It's unclear how the octopus got into the restroom, and Jones said it was eventually disposed of. But, I mean, we just had an octopus and squid that we did some things with at a contest.
Yeah.
So somebody's just messing around. I don't really know. Lightning strikes across Pakistan's eastern Punjab province killed at least 10 people, officials said Monday, as heavy pre-monsoon rain lashed the region. Lightning strikes are frequent across Pakistan, especially in Punjab's mountainous areas and plains. The Pakistan Meteorological Department said more rains were expected this week, bringing some respite from the ongoing heat wave. Ongoing rains could trigger flash flooding. Every year, many areas of Pakistan struggle with the annual monsoons, drawing criticism for poor government planning, and the season runs from July through September. But 10 people killed by lightning strikes.
That's crazy.
That's a lot. And
Yeah.
I don't have any word on, if several were hit at the same time or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild. Here's another follow-up story. A man who admitted performing a sex act while kneeling over a baby seagull that he had captured has been jailed for 24 weeks.
Was he performing the sex act on the baby seagull, or was he performing it above the baby seagull?
I think like above it.
Okay.
I think. So David Lee admitted...
I'll show you to steal my fries.
Causing unnecessary suffering to the bird. At a previous hearing, Lee was caught after a local resident provided footage to the police that showed him chasing after the bird around 1 a.m. The prosecutor, Leslie Burgess, said the defendant takes his phone out of his pocket. He thereafter takes down his trousers. He then goes down. It is very clear he is pleasuring himself at the time, and then he goes on to move the gull between his legs. For a time, the defendant is engaging in a sexual act with the baby seagull. The defendant then stands back up. She added that Lee then picked up his phone and gave the bird a little kick before walking off.
You kick it after that?
So I don't know if he... I don't know, Steve. I'm not sure exactly what he did here.
No, but you kiss it.
The court also... You want to kiss me? The court also heard that...
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
The court also heard that police discovered Lee had been watching porn.
Seagull porn?
Which involved animals.
Oh, Jesus.
When they searched his phone, the prosecution agreed that this would have distressed the seagull even more.
I've never seen a baby seagull. I've never really... I mean, I've seen like freshly hatched birds, but I've never seen like baby birds.
Yeah.
Like a younger bird? Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
Or maybe I wouldn't even know the difference, to tell you the truth.
Like a baby robin?
Yeah.
Never seen that? Yeah, they don't
Like,
look anything like birds at all. They are not sexy birds whatsoever.
Well, he's
like
saying
in
like
the-
out of the nest
out of
when
the
they're
nest.
flying.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, because at that point, if they're flying, they just look like small birds.
Yeah,
She's
probably.
right.
They just look like small, stupid birds.
But you will see baby waterfowl pretty regularly.
yes.
Yes.
Ducklings.
Ducklings and what do you call baby geese?
Swanlings.
Gooselings?
Gooselings.
Goslings.
Ryan Goslings.
Ryan Goslings, yeah.
Is it a baby goose or is that a...
That's a gosling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Baby ducks are cute.
They are. They're especially with their sort of.
I got it.
Yeah.
What is it? The down? What do you call it? The?
Yes.
What is that a movie quote from?
It's from Bull Durham.
Okay.
Honey, baby ducks are cute. I want to be exotic. A major Japanese moving company has apologized after a video showing two of its employees, one tied naked inside a truck and the other flicking rubber at him, went viral on social
They
media.
couldn't find any seagulls.
Art Moving Company, headquartered in the city of Osaka, acknowledged that the content of its video was inappropriate behavior for its workers and apologized. The video shows a man tied naked to a wall inside a truck container and the other man pulling an elastic band and flicking it toward him. Art became aware on June 22nd the video in question was spreading online. An internal investigation apparently revealed the
did
video
that
was
near my armoire.
taken in 2019 and that the two men in the clip were both employees. The man who was tied up left the company this year.
I would like to resign.
And the other man who was flicking the rubber.
Does this have anything to do with the rubber band naked? Yeah.
The man who was flicking the rubber is still employed.
Well, I hate to lose you.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Nick pulled up a picture of a baby seagull for Casey.
Aww.
So now you've seen a baby seagull, Casey. Yeah, you don't see them out in the wild, do you?
No. They're usually at the nurseries.
That I guess they stay close to the nest until they can actually fly. All right, hang on a second. The dude who went into the jet engine.
Right. We found out he committed suicide.
Yes, he was died by suicide. We have Frank, who's got a comment on that. Hi, Frank. Morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Frank? Gadzooks, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah, I used to work for a company in Teterboro, New Jersey called Falcon Jet Corporation, and we had an inspector named Steve Toth who was on the wing of a corporate jet. He got sucked into the engine butt first. Now, this guy has a really big butt.
You can't deny.
Yes, he got sucked butt first into the jet engine. The conical spinner that is in the center of the engine burned right through into his spine, and he was because the engine could not take in any more air because of his big butt. He was the engine stalled and threw him, spat him out about 50 feet.
So it spat him out back through the engine?
No.
Forward.
He was sucked in. The engine stalled. And because there was so much pressure, because he completely blocked the entrance.
I see.
That it stalled, and then the back pressure shot him out like a cannon.
That's insane. And so any long-lasting physical issues because of that? I would have to imagine.
Well, he was hospitalized for about a year or so. But no, he ended up recovering from it and went back to work.
Wow.
Just one side thing. Every time I fart, my arm falls off.
Casey, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Dude, that's insane.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Wow.
Could you imagine that?
That's crazy, Frank. No, that's insane.
Sounds
that's
fun.
A tremendous amount of luck right there. All right, we're going to break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, trash music news. If you are a NASCAR fan, you will definitely want to stay with us for the lesson question because we got a very cool prize to give away. I'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a level, a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know,
Yes,
right?
no, that's absolutely true.
And with Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick and
Buzzy. This
Casey
is a
and
thing
I-
that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
Man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
well, you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if there, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot. You know, so it's exactly that, and they're not going to ask They're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it. Even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of that's what, when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right, because
great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered, because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even. Yeah. And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our like Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quiddler or whatever.
Yeah, or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, they usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that. To be sharp. I wanted to ask you,
And 2 princes, Chris Barron, great guy, lead singer of that band. Every time we've talked to him, we've left going, man, that was a great conversation.
Good dude.
Got some great stories about the songs, obviously, and just a nice guy. It's 10:27, and you're a nice guy, nice gal, and we'd like to give you something. But you need to earn this, okay? We're going to ask a lesson question, and we're going to see if you know the answer to it. And if you do, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to the Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series race Sunday, July 23rd at Pocono Raceway. If you've never been in Pocono, man, is it cool. It is massive.
You won't believe it.
Yep, the tricky triangle. So let's see if you can get this correct. When, meaning what time, do Anna Nicole Smith and Joe Namath kiss? All right, 215-263-WMMR. There's a variety of sound clips that we were playing. When do they, Anna Nicole Smith and Joe Namath, kiss? 215-263-WMMR. Call us if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Helium Comedy Club. Bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. And tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, NBC has decided not to renew Magnum P.I., making this season its last. This show, which takes place on Oahu, focuses in on a group of actors pretending to do work on a TV show, but really having a vacation in Oahu. 80-year-old Mick Jagger making a rare public appearance with his 34-year-old girlfriend, Melanie Hamrick, on Friday. The two are apparently taking in the early bird special at Cracker Barrel.
Wow.
And finally, Oscar winner Olivia Colman has joined the cast of Paddington 3, Paddington in Peru. Coleman will reportedly play the matriarch of a drug cartel who wants to smuggle cocaine inside Paddington. No. That's your Hollywood.
All right, we're looking for an answer to this. When do they, Anna Nicole Smith and Joe Namath, kiss? 215.
How would I kiss you? You want to kiss me?
215-263-WMMR. Tis Chris we will go to. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the bop bop doodle bop doo bop bop doo bop 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 bop.
Oh, you did.
It's pretty good.
You did
Pretty
it.
damn good.
Nice work, Chris. All right, tell us, when do they kiss, Anna Nicole Smith and Joe Namath?
7 o'clock.
Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Yep, that's right. Hang on, Chris. You got it right. We're going to give you those tickets, a pair of them. Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series race on Sunday, July 23rd, Pocono Raceway. NASCAR weekend at Pocono Raceway is July 21st to the 23rd. Tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I got bronchitis.
All right, just a few things to run by you today. We'll start with this. The ongoing feud between Mick Mars and his former Motley Crue bandmates does not look like it's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
It's very sad this is happening.
Mars, who claimed that he was forced out of the band rather than simply retiring, told Rolling Stone when they wanted to get high and F everything up in the 80s, I covered for them. And now they're trying to take my legacy away, my part of Motley Crue, my ownership of the name, the brand. Mars, who was said to be stepping away from live performances due to the degenerative disease that he has,
right?
Asked rhetorically, how can you fire Mr. Heinz from Heinz Ketchup? He owns it. Frank Sinatra's or Jimi Hendrix's legacy goes on forever, and their heirs continue to profit from it. They're trying to take that away from me, and I'm not going to let them. It was back in April that Mars filed a suit against his bandmates, alleging that the band wanted to cut Mars' share in profits from their earnings from 25% to 5%. He said something they denied. But co-founding bassist Nikki Sixx countered Mars' allegations by explaining the guitarist is unfit to contribute to the band. He said, we were there watching him physically fall apart, mentally fall apart. His memory fell apart. We really were, with kid gloves, always trying to support Mick. We've always stood by his side, but we couldn't let his side of the stage just be a train wreck. And now he's only saying these things because he's trying to hurt us. And what's the point? He's destroying his own legacy. He said, dude, we love the effing guy. It's really scary, him being in this complete hallucination. That's what Nikki had to say.
Interesting. Yeah.
So I don't really know. I don't know what all that is about, to be honest. So we'll see.
We may never know.
Yep. During an interview with Vulture, Rivers Cuomo said that Weezer's best album is their Seasons EP.
They're in town tonight.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're at The Man.
Okay.
Excellent band to see live if you've never seen Weezer.
Yeah,
Love
they're
them.
He said, like many artists, I'm usually most excited about the thing I just made. He said, I love summer, autumn, and winter, all for different reasons. They all came out last year, and it would be very hard to choose, so I'll just say Seasons, because they were all separate, EPs, albums. When asked what Weezer song he wishes more people liked, he said it was a Seasons song. He said, we put out Winter, and there's an incredible song called Lambic Pentameter. Or is it Iambic?
Iambic. There's also both.
Yeah, it's Iambic Pentameter. That has this insane guitar solo instrumental passage where we're jamming out with an orchestra, and oh my God, it's so fun. So yeah, that will probably be my first vote, he says. So tonight at the Man, Weezer, hopefully weather holds up.
Damn.
And then finally, set for auction on June 30th is a copy of the 1974 document freeing the Beatles from their legal partnership to each other, which was signed by all 4 members.
Wow.
The breakup agreement is expected to sell for up to $500,000 at Via Gotta Have Rock and Roll auctions. And according to the auction house, by 1974, after years of litigation, the band have reached an accord, and the documents were supposed to be signed on December 19th at a meeting at the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan, where the Beatles had stayed during their first trip to the United States. Paul and George were there in person, while Ringo having already signed the document, was on the telephone. Although John lived in a short distance from the Plaza, he left his former bandmates waiting, purportedly giving the excuse that, quote, the stars aren't right. But in reality, his absence was due to lingering concerns over taxation.
Mm-hmm.
10 days later, the stars aligned.
Cool H&R Block.
It says here, 10 days later, the stars aligned in Disney World, of all places.
Huh.
So I don't know the story of that.
Why
Did they
does
take
that
the
sound funny?
contract down to Disney World and John signed it there?
We just dissolved the band and I'm going to Disney World.
When they broke up, who owned the name? Like when they would sell Beatles records.
Good question.
You know, because like it doesn't Lou Gramm own the name Foreigner, or like when those bands dissipate, sometimes one member gets to hold on to the naming rights.
Yeah, Who would have owned the actual brand, the Beatles?
Like Kyle,
The Beatles.
Kyle tours with the Temptations or has toured with them in the past, and one of those members still owns that name.
Yes, but he chose the Temptations and Rome.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think John cared at that point. He just wanted to go on the Captain Nemo ride.
It's unbelievable.
20,000 Leagues Under the
You
Sea.
see a squid.
Yeah, so that's where his head was at that
That's
time.
right.
All right.
It's uncanny.
And that is, you could imagine.
Underwater, 20,000 leagues.
That's the last.
Nemo.
That's the last time.
Goofy.
Okay.
That's all we're going to do in music news today. All right. I have been told we have something to give away. Yes. We have a screening of the Mission Impossible film,
Supposed to be good.
Reckoning. Dead Reckoning Part 1. July 6th, 7 p.m. at the IMAX in in IMAX at the UA King of Prussia.
You're just making sounds.
Like this close to being done. And I can take 6 callers right now. We'll take the first 6 callers, 215-263-WMR. The movie doesn't even hit theaters until July 12th, so you'll be good to go. So we'll take those 6 callers, 215-263-WMR. We'll come back in a second and wrap up the show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
Music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
So, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything for professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Yeah.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah,
you were.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies right yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics.
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Go Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God. That's great.
Terrific.
He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. You know, every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya? Is it one of these where you need...
Like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody.
Yeah, like notoriety.
Right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite thing.
It's a terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Like
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing. I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character.
Thanks, man.
So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tommy, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tony, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finnish hymn.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joe Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut, just not that actually.
September 16th, outdoors, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Aaron Jones and Blood in the Water. We're going to have some serious blues representation.
Oh, yeah.
At MMRBQ this year because Larkin Poe is another really bluesy band. Dirty Honey is another really bluesy band. I mean, like rock blues. This is going to be a damn good time. And you are invited to join us. All you got to do is get out and get those tickets. Be a part of this whole event. All right. They're on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com. Gets all of the details there. I would like to thank our guests on the program today. Wawa CEO Chris Gheysens was on the program.
Good guy.
He's great. And
Worldly known.
We will see him tomorrow at Wawa Hoagie Day, which is going to be on Independence Mall, right by the Constitution Center. Free hoagies. It starts at noon. It's noon to 2. Me and Casey are going to be hosting this event, and there's the great Wawa Hoagie building contest happens between the fire department and the police department. It's a grudge match.
Yes.
And also members of the military go up against each other, and there's all kinds of great stuff going on that day. Constitution Center is open as well. So join us tomorrow for that 7-ton hoagie that they're building.
It's pretty amazing.
And it's free. It's wonderful. And thank you to Dave Magrogan. For stopping by. The Pet Adoption Mega Event is coming up this weekend, Saturday and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And you can go to megaadopt.com and get all of your information and bring home another member of the family. Jackie Bam Bam is here.
Good morning.
Hey. Nice to see you. Good morning to see you, Jackie.
I bought yes, I like that. I bought a lot of gloom once again. Don't ask where the sunlight is, but I am here.
It's there above the clouds. Always remember that.
Yeah, that's where Pierre is.
He's an angel now. Is he on his vacation now?
He is. He called last night at like 11:30. His flight got delayed somewhere in Denver, but he's on his way.
Okay, so he actually made everything. It was their screw up.
As far as I know.
Okay.
There were massive delays because of the storms yesterday, and those can affect even other parts of the country, and they might not be having storms. My wife's cousin was coming in from Sweden, and they had to delay the whole thing by a day because of the nasty weather on the East Coast.
No doubt.
Yeah. Shall we do the letter of the day?
We shall.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter...
The letter A as in apostle.
Apostle. I thought we were going to get another cool made-up word today.
Duple?
Duple.
A duple.
Yeah.
I took a duple yesterday.
Why were you pointing at Casey when you said apostle?
Well, we're above the clouds, and we're blessing the show today.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to give this away on Thursday.
You didn't answer my question.
Why did I point to Casey?
Catholic school, the whole Catholic thing.
Apostle above the clouds.
Blessing the show.
Thursday, we're going to give this away. A pair of tickets to Moulin Rouge, the musical Friday, July 7th, the Academy of Music, and a hotel stay that night at the Bellevue Hotel in Center City. And Moulin Rouge, the musical, a winner of 10 Tony Awards, including Best Musical, is a theatrical celebration of truth, beauty, freedom, and above all, love. July 5th through the 30th of the Academy of Music, and tickets and information are available at kimmelculturalcampus.org. So you have a broadcast to do.
I do.
What's
and it's
coming
filled with oatmeal and popsicles, Romano.
Oatmeal.
Oatmeal.
Dry oatmeal with pop-up popsicles you get at BJ's. Delicious.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
That's what's powering the show today.
All right.
On the workforce blocks, we're going to remember two great bassists. The Ox passed away, the anniversary, John Entwistle. We'll get to a big block of The Who, and, of course, the Fish, Chris Squire from Yes.
Wow.
And we got Weezer in town tonight. Rain, snow, shine, or alcohol poisoning. It's going down at the Man.
Jackie does this thing where he gets done talking and then he excitedly opens his mouth and points at people. And he just did that to Casey. So,
and I got Chili Peppers tickets, too.
Oh, very nice.
Wait a second. You said chili and not chicken peppers.
I'll
That's
get to
crazy.
the chicken later.
All right. Today's a Tattoosday, and we need to get a winner chicken dinner. Brian Cupkick of Royersford, Rofo, is the winner. We're going to give him a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And there it is. 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. And for artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Thank you so much to the fine sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show. The program is brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Secret text word, Fox Good Day. At some point, we need to do a prize blowout because we have a whole lot of things to give away. Maybe that's tomorrow.
Maybe we'll play Kathy's favorite game.
I'm thinking that we do
God,
have to.
come on.
I think that because we have a lot of stuff to
That's
give
a
away.
ton of stuff. We got to give it away.
All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.